filter in. I got a couple of calls. People are still heading in. I want you to understand that part of the program today is the socializing time. It's pretty important that we shake hands and meet the people around us. So please feel free to reach out to the other folks here. There's some refreshments in the other room. I'd like you to help yourselves. We're going to start out, we're going to break it up into 2 segments. We'll take a little break in between so we can stretch our legs, get a little food later on. But please don't hesitate to reach out to each other. This is an informational and educational event, but it's also for networking, because we want this to have some longevity and live beyond the day, is we are going to continue these types of events around the state. There should be one coming up in late fall, early winter in the South Shore area, which we should be able to announce soon. But please enjoy yourself today, relax, meet some new friends, and we're going to get started probably by quarter of. So if you got to use the restrooms, the ladies' room's over here, men's room over there. And again, help yourself to the refreshments, and we'll be up and going soon. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Adams Square Baptist Church. We are glad that you're here to learn about homeschooling and getting together. I know some of you homeschool already. Some of you, this may be your first year. Some of you are wondering what is it all about. Some of you may be watching online trying to figure out what do we do about this whole situation that we're under. So let's open up with a word of prayer, and then we will pass it over to Dave Kopaz. He's the leader of this, and he will explain kind of the lineup for what's going on today. And hopefully there's going to be a lot of people who step up here today, give you some answers, kind of calm some of your fears, and help you navigate these uncharted waters. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for the goodness and grace that you have given to us. Thank you that we have this place that we can meet and we can talk about teaching our children the things we want them to learn, not what government wants them to learn. I'm thankful that in America we still have this opportunity. We look at places around the world where right now they're going door to door, killing people because they believe a certain way. God, I pray that you'd put a protective hedge around us here today, that we could all learn from each other, that we could further the cause for Jesus Christ. We love you, we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Some of you know Adams Square Baptist Church last year, about this time, took a stand against the governor of Massachusetts, Charlie Baker, and we said church is essential. If you go and see our front church sign, it still says church is essential. I had no idea what the results was going to be by taking a stand and doing what is right, but you're here today because we took a stand. I've had the opportunity to talk to many of you and share our experience in what God has done. Last year, I believe, was just a trial run for what's coming. And I think there's a whole lot more worse things that are going to be coming down the road. The fact that Worcester just passed sexual education that is clearly contrary to the benefit of young children is disgusting. And I think that we're going to see that continue to go around our state. All we have to do is look at California. California in the city of Los Angeles has opened up 60 Planned Parenthoods inside of the school system so that they can teach the kids the ungodliness of what's going on. And so, you know, they say as it happens in California, so goes the rest of the country. And I know this, over my dead body, are they going to be teaching my kids those things in public school? And so we're here today collectively. We all come from different backgrounds. We all have different jobs and educations, but we have one common thread. We don't want someone telling our children what they shouldn't be learning. Amen? And so what do? We stand up together and we learn from each other. I must admit, I did not understand anything about homeschooling until I met my wife, who was a preacher's kid. And she began to teach me these things along the way. And I said, that's completely different than anything I ever learned growing up in public school. And so here we are today, 10 years into our ministry, watching what God is doing in our state and our city. And so obviously teaching from the home is the best and most biblical way. That's how I'm going to look at it. The most biblical way to teach your children. Some don't have that opportunity to teach from home, so we do homeschool co-ops. We have different things all over the state where we meet other families who are teaching their kids in a homeschool co-op. So you have that fellowship together where kids can learn from each other, but learn from other teachers as well. But we want to do everything we can to protect our kids from learning what the Marxist and socialist agenda is in the public school. And so that's why we're here today, to get together and collectively learn from each other. And so, Brother Dave, why don't you come up here and let everybody know what's going on today.
Thank you very much, Pastor Casey. It's wonderful to be welcomed here, and I thank you very much for giving us this space to gather today. I agree that it's among the most important things that we can do. A couple quick announcements. If you can, please turn the ringers off on our phones so that's not picked up. We are recording. We're streaming live also. I've asked that the stream stay focused up here on the podium as I put the all call out to teachers as well. And teachers really have to keep their head low. And I did not want anyone outed. There's a lot of teachers this far from leaving the school district. And I want to make sure that the homeschool community is welcoming to them and we don't cause any undue problems. So we are streaming. I'm going to encourage questions throughout this. You're going to hear a number of speakers, and I'm sure that's going to generate some questions for you. And I want to make sure that there's time for that. It's part of the formal panel discussions that we have up here, but please take advantage of the socializing time that we have when we take our breaks and things like that. You're probably saying, who's this Dave Kopaz guy and why did he do this? Good question. I'm nothing special. I cut trees and lift heavy things most of my life. I did go to college, got a degree in the environmental science, so I'm one of those educated country boys. I've got two sons, David and Luke, who are just the two most precious, life-changing things in my life. You know, when I found God and when my children were born were two profound changes in my life, made me look at things in an entirely different light. So if you would, indulge me, I'm just going to tell you my story. I am a homeschool parent too, although my youngest is 28. It's been a little while since I was actively homeschooling, but I like to share the experience and how I came into it, and then I'm going to turn it over to the pros. I was out of high school for about 11 years and went out and got a good dose of real life, and then I went back to college. And when I did, I had kids in diapers. It was quite a challenge. As they grew up, I got out of school, back into the working world. My kids entered public school, and it was all the usual challenges. Things were starting to go south when I graduated in 1983. You could see a systemic change starting. It wasn't quite as notable, and it was subtle, but changing nonetheless. When I got back into dealing with the school district as a parent now, I saw that it had changed even more. But we did the best we could. My sons were 17 months apart. You see, me and my brother were 6 years apart, and we fought like cats and dogs. So I got the brilliant idea that we'd have our kids close together, and that would solve all the fighting, and wrong. But, you know, we went through a lot of diapers all at the same time, and a lot of, you know, life's challenges with the kids, you know. In school, it's funny, individuals, every child's an individual. I don't care if you got identical twins. They got individual passions and things about them that makes them very unique still. My kids were no different. My youngest boy is very outgoing. He's the little diplomat, and he'll go around and introduce himself to every person in this room. And my other son was painfully shy and bashful, and it was just the way it went. They were different, and as parents, we got to adapt to those changes. We got to recognize them, go with the strengths, and avoid the weaknesses. Well, as we got along in school, getting up into grade school, special ed is something new from the time I was in school to when my kids were in there. There was a very large special ed department with their evaluations and curriculums and IEPs and everything that went along with it. And I found out early on that you can only refuse the first evaluation. When they said that, oh, we want to evaluate your son, me and my son David, the quiet one. And I thought it was kind of benign. They said, oh, we can get him extra services and help him out. And I wanted him to keep up. I didn't want, you know, I struggled in school, not because I was a dummy, but because I was screwing off with my friends more than anything. And it had an effect on my grades. I saw nothing different in my son. He was a chip right off the old block, actually. He's well, like me in more ways than I like to admit sometimes. But I found out that you can only refuse the first evaluation, because as we got into it, I said, boy, I don't know if I like this cookie cutter approach. All the labels that you're throwing around. You're beginning to look at my child and trying to convince me that there's something wrong with him, that he's got a deficit that can't be overcome in the absence of your special ed department and medication, of course. I've never been one to jump at a pill to solve solutions. And as I talked to the teachers, the special ed teachers, the school psychologists, and everyone involved, I made it clear from day one that that would be the absolute last case scenario. We would exhaust. Not only would we try, we would exhaust all other possibilities first. It turned into basically be an annual effort to drug my son. And I got more involved. Wound up on their parent advisory council, which every special ed, any school that has a special ed department and receives money has to have a parent advisory council, as this is that connection with the parents, that it's not just applied from the top down, that this group was supposed to be the watchdogs for the parents. Well, it seemed extremely structured and I don't mean in a good way. I mean in kind of a corral type of way. And the director of pupil services directed almost every meeting that us parents had. And I got thinking about that and what a group of motivated parents could actually do if they were resourceful and could think outside of the box. So among the things I did in my spare time is I began working on a charter and bylaws to incorporate our parents group as a 501c3. And I showed up at a meeting and I go, what do you think? And I threw copies down in front of everybody. And the director of pupil services vapor locked. Oh, wow, it looks like you spent a lot of time on this. But, I can handle a lot of this. I can do this for you. And I said, I'm confident you could. But there's a lot more that I think we could probably do autonomously. It met with nothing but resistance from the school district. They didn't like that idea too much. And of course, we're a few years into it. And almost every year they sandbag us last week of school. Oh, we got problems here, and we might have to do a little summer school there. And I've told them on year 3, I said, you know what, I want weekly progress reports from you folks. I don't want to find out the last week of school that there's a problem. And they did it again. 10 days out from the end of school, I'm sitting in a room with the principal, my son's teacher, the special ed teacher, the school psychologist, the whole room full of us, and just me and my son's mother. And everyone went around the table telling me that, well, I think little David's going to have to, go to summer school to make this up. We want to keep him back a year. And of course, you know how that is. His brother's only 17 months away from him. Having an older brother down with little brother was probably going to cause some problems, as you can imagine. And the school psychologist looked down upon me, and these were her words: "We need to get little David medicated." My ex-wife just went like this. She knew what was coming. She knew what was coming. And I looked around the table, And I asked if there was anyone in that room who was qualified to prescribe a drug to a child to raise their hand. Not one hand went up. I looked over at the principal and I said, you do realize one phone call and I can have that woman pulled out of here in handcuffs. So I slid some meaningless little flyer from the principal's clipboard, and I scratched myself out a letter of intent to homeschool my child on the spot. I went to the school. A week before, I went to the school superintendent, and this shows how disconnected they are. They all got their agendas, and they're pushing whatever they're pushing. Rarely, when they have meetings, do they talk about anything meaningful. So it's not unusual for the right hand to not know what the left hand is doing. And as I forecasted this coming, I went in and I talked to the school superintendent. And I told him I was a little displeased with what was going on with the kids within special ed department, that I think they were being deprived of a real actual education, that I thought when they get out into the real world and life's challenges come upon them, if they can't look in a pill bottle for a solution, they're not going to be able to process this and cope. We need kids that can cope and deal with crises big and small. They need to be prepared, and that's not what I saw. So the school superintendent, already bored with my dialogue with him after about 4 minutes, interrupted me and said, you know, there's a wonderful group on campus called the Parent Advisory Council. I suggest you look them up. And I said, sir, I am the chair of the Parent Advisory Council. Your problems are bigger than you think. So we've got to go in and advocate. If we go in there and we're timid, I mean, if your voice shakes, that's fine. Let your voice shake. But get up there and advocate concretely for your children, as they are not going to do this. They are a number. It's a top-down, no matter how I look at it. Because I've got relatives that are teachers. There's wonderful teachers out there, and I've gotten to the point where I can look at a room full of teachers and in a moment or two talking to them, find out which ones are that love and have a thirst for watching a young child learn. I mean, that is just what drives them. It's not the paycheck. And then there are activist teachers who are there to punch a clock and have an agenda. Scholastics are put aside. These teachers, we've got to identify them. That's why I'm excited in the last months. I can't tell you how many teachers have quietly and subtly come up to myself and other colleagues and literally asked us if there was employment opportunity within the homeschool community. I'm as giddy as a schoolgirl myself. I said, you've got to know there is. There's a place for you there. There are good teachers, and for those that are listening here in the audience, those that are listening on the live stream, you know, God bless the good teachers out there who have been trying. But we're at a point in time now in our school districts where many of these teachers who, I mean, I can't tell you how many of them, they cry themselves to sleep. They literally hate their jobs. They love the kids, hate their jobs. They're afraid to say anything right now, even ask questions. We're going to hear from a teacher who asked questions. And that's all. Once they peg you as maybe not being totally on board with everything that they're spoon-feeding you, boy, you get segregated and you wind up on their poo-poo list pretty quick. So we get it. And today is going to be hopefully the first of several events like this, where included in the outreach is outreach to those good teachers. We've got a system that I am convinced now it requires such systemic reform that it will literally take years and several election cycles to bring it back to where it needs to be. That leaves us with kids in the school district right now where we don't have the luxury of time. They're being impacted right now. Even before COVID, way before COVID, there were things in our schools that are ill-preparing our kids for the future. Now, my son, they were quick with the labels, wanted to drug him every year that we had him in the public schools. I must have done something right as he went out on his own, and, you know, life started having its way with him too, like it did with me. He had the wherewithal to pick himself up by the bootstraps, went back to college, and, you know, he was one of 4 kids in his entire class that graduated with a 4.0 in audio engineering. All right? No drugs. No drugs. And we got to encourage that. We got to build well-rounded people that when they're faced with a struggle in life, they don't vapor lock, they don't turn to a pill. Because if you look at some of the trends, you'll see that kids that started, and going back years, remember when, what was it, Adderall? Before Adderall, what was some of the other early special ed meds? Ritalin. Oh, for crying out loud, they were giving it out like candy. This predisposes children. If you look at the statistics, in those that go on later in life where maybe they're not taking the Ritalin anymore, but they need something to cope, is that not setting them up for addiction and drug use of other kinds? We need people that can cope, that can do it with a clean mind, and get them out of that environment. We think that the schools are protecting them from drugs, and they're not always doing that. And just different type. They just come from a different dealer. So when I pulled my kids out, as you can imagine, I told you how that happened. I was pretty angry. Bam, here I am, I'm homeschooling now. I mean, it happened that quick. And I looked around and I felt like an island. All right, like I said, my youngest is 28. You're probably saying, why are you up here now? You don't have kids. And I remember how that felt. Going out there and go, my gosh, I am either gonna, I can fail just as much as I can succeed, right? We have it's probably the most important right that we have is the right to fail. But I didn't want to fail my children. So I quickly started asking around the school district. When you withdraw your child, they just frown and let you go. They don't say, hey, we got 35 other homeschoolers in the district, and here's where they're meeting. You might want to hook up with them. It's nothing like that. I got out there and I said, I can't believe I'm the only homeschooler in this town. And I wasn't. Pretty soon I bumped into a homeschooler. So, yeah, why don't you come on to the co-op meeting with me? Co-op meeting? What's that? Oh, come on along, you'll find out. And I did. And I met a lot of great people. Kids of varying ages. All right? It wasn't like in a school situation where everyone's within a few months of your own age. These kids were interacting with each other. Older kids were helping in the instruction of the younger kids, which it not only takes some of the teaching pressure off the parent, but it begins teaching responsibility and important things to the older student now too. All right, this thing called life, we are all in this together. And I saw great things happening. I said, man, you got field trips, you're cross-teaching the instructions, you got parents of varying talents and skills all pitching in. And this is awesome. And before too long, I had found 3 homeschooling groups within a 20-minute ride of my house in a town where I thought I was the only homeschooler. They're the best kept secret out there. They're in every community. I don't care what city or town you're from, there are homeschool parents there that you just don't know about yet. So I jumped right in. I really enjoyed the time that we did that. I'm not going to say that it was easy. And if any of you are here just out of, because you're curious and thinking of homeschooling, not myself, and I don't think you'll hear from any of the speakers get up and say it was utopian, that it was easy. It wasn't. It was a labor of love. But if you do network and talk with the other parents, because there's no problem that you would be faced with that hasn't already arisen for somebody else. And we got to become about solutions and sharing those solutions. So, I put together my own curriculum. You can buy curriculums in a box. You can cob together your own. It's an open canvas, whatever best fits your children. And I kind of cobbed together my own. And we were doing pretty darn good up to a point where we got into calculus. All right, because I struggled with that in college, boy howdy. So we got through algebra 2 and trig, and I said, man, if I wanted to be a slacker, I probably could have said that's it for math. He's easily going to go past the GED and all that stuff to make the school district happy. But I didn't, because this is about preparing your kids and educating them, because they are little sponges. It is amazing. We vastly underestimate what our children are capable of doing. So one of my high school friends had a son who was a little bit older. My sons knew him, and he was big into gaming. These young folks love that gaming stuff, so they had that little bit of a connection. But my interest in this was that her son was about to go into college as a math major. And I said, you know what, I want you to, when you get settled in there, talk to your director, your counselor, and ask him if you've got any internships that are coming up. I said, I would love to sit down with you and put together an internship. And we did. He came over 2 or 3 days a week for 2 or 3 hours at a time. I asked him to put together a syllabus that would get my children from point A to point B, and he did. So for the cost of a final evaluation, and I fed them good, and those young boys can eat too, so there was a cost of that. I had top-notch instruction for my kids in 10th grade beginning college-level calculus. There's internships in colleges, students with internships that are requirements for them that you can pick through. I really encourage you to call the universities and colleges, supplement your curriculums where you can. And an awful lot of both of those things in the schools. They're forgetting all about scholastics altogether with what's going on right now with this COVID stuff. How many of you here today, can I do a quick survey just for my own self? I like to kind of tailor, what I say to the audience, but how many in here right now are actually homeschoolers already? Probably about a third of you. How many are here because you're curious about homeschooling and thinking about getting into it? All right, good deal. About close to half and half. What I asked them, I said, "Have you considered homeschooling?" "Oh, yeah, I'd like to, but, I just don't think I could do that." So there's some folks that are in that category that just don't feel they know enough about it. They feel and I got to remind you, I barely got out of high school. I was a screw-off. I stayed back in 9th grade. I failed English. They put me I had to retake 9th grade English. They put me back in a homeroom from the class underneath me, and I was behind all the way. I was, again, not because I was a dummy, I was a screw off. I was hanging around with my friends and just not doing my thing. There was nothing wrong with me at all. When we fail to recognize how a child learns, and there's 4 ways that we take information into our long-term memory, we're not doing justice. The school districts, as they put things in that cookie cutter type of a situation, your kid has to fit in or there's something wrong. The homeschoolers approach this from a different way, from the ground up. Myself, I was kinetic and visual. Those are my 2 main ways of learning things. So when I got through organic chemistry, I was the guy down in the bookstore buying I don't know if you ever seen them before, but they're little plastic, they almost look like jacks. Remember the kids' jacks? But it was a kit, so I could build molecules. Actually build the things, hold them in my hand and see it 3-dimensionally, because I was not getting it. I'm not a dummy. I just started to realize how I learn, how things work. And in college, I'm going to share this one with you too, and it goes hand in hand with what I just said. When I was working my way through college, because I had a full boat between 12 and 17 credits, 2 kids in diapers, I had my plate full. But I worked myself through college in the Learning Center. I was certified to teach in 3 different subjects. And for whatever reason, the caseload that they gave me were kids out of high school that were in the special ed program, and those that they call non-traditionally aged students. That was the old farts like me. Well, I sat down there that first semester, and I broke them up. The non-traditionally aged students, they just needed a pat on the back and know where everything was on campus, and they were gone. The ones that came out of special ed, it had some flavor of attention deficit, something. I sat them all down at the tables, get your books out, and we started our lesson. And sure enough, about 10 minutes later, one of them's doodling, and they start talking to each other. And I got in the habit of slam! I slammed the book closed, scared the crap out of everybody. Everyone jumped. I said, put your book away and let's pull out another subject right now. Even if it was something I wasn't certified to teach in, I shifted their focus because I was watching these kids so intensely focusing for about 15 minutes. And then it drifts away. It was a struggle. There was no quality learning after that. And I said, man, these kids, you get an intense 15 minutes out of them, and if they do that 4 times, it's still like twice as much as someone who studies for an hour who doesn't have that attention problem. So I basically worked myself out of a job. I didn't really teach those kids raw material from English or science or whatever. It was just getting them to connect with how they work, how their minds work. And by the end of the semester, these kids were realizing that once they drifted off from doing whatever and started doodling, I was watching them all of a sudden putting their stuff away and pull out something else. And it transferred into their study habit, how they dealt with every subject, whether it was the ones that I was tutoring them in or not. So identifying with that, working with that, is not something you're going to get in the public schools, not with a cookie cutter approach. You've got to hone in on the strengths of your kid, and even if they're not attention deficit something, you're going to find out of the 4 ways of getting information into your long-term memory, there's 1 or 2 of those ways that are just the most streamlined and where they're good at. And I don't care what child you have. That's just the fact of the matter. And, common sense rules the day after that. Go with those things that are strengths and avoid those things that are weaknesses and tailor your own education plan around it. There's a couple types of people that I expected here today. Some of them were the fence riders who have mentally already decided there's something wrong with the schools, and they're seriously ready to start looking around at options. Those parents that feel that up till now they might not have had what it takes to homeschool. There's others that will tell me I've got a job. Right? Well, there's some solutions for that. If we stop thinking of our homeschooling efforts and paralleling them with the public school districts, it's kind of like Pavlov's dog. When a bell rings, they get up and march off somewhere for 40 minutes, the bell rings, and they do something else. As a homeschooler, you have the liberty to classes in when you say it's in. So there's ways of working around that. But I still hear people say, I just can't. I got a job. I don't want to budge on anything there. I want what I want. And that's a harder nut to crack. In that conversation, I usually leave like this. All your priorities in life are right here. All of them. Your job is right here. And I leave them with the rhetorical question of where do you put your kids on that timeline? You only got 18 years, and I'll tell you now, they fly by pretty quick. I saw some young cubs in this room that those 18 years are going to fly by. There'd be plenty enough time later on in our lives to follow our careers, but you let the streets or the TV or the school district raise your child, your fears begin when they turn 18. You'll be dealing with potential problems because the important early learning, the early mechanisms for coping will not be instilled. So I tried to put together a cross-section of speakers where there wasn't a lot of overlap. That we touched on each of those things. I want you to get a full taste of what is available out there, the new things that are coming online right now, that as I started to re-involve myself, I really just couldn't believe it. I was inspired back when I started. Now as I look in, it's like the schools, they did this remote learning thing with Zoom. Please don't think that's homeschooling. All right? That's not homeschooling. That was an absolutely miserable experience, and I get it. But that technology in the hands of the homeschool community is a whole different thing. There's people sitting in this room right now with a knowledge, skills, all kinds of things that could be shared. If we got good at capturing and archiving, creating a database, archive and bank this stuff, work with not only the parents, and this is the exciting thing on top of it, kind of icing on the cake, is we're starting to get attention from industry, from professionals out there. I can see us going out, grooming our communities for professionals, getting them in with these gadgets and this stuff, creating things that can be captured, edited, uploaded to the Massachusetts homeschooler community to pick a la carte style to supplement our curriculums. Real professionals, scientists. I'm sitting here, I got a degree in the environmental sciences. I've done a number of exciting things, and now in the real world, I'm kind of, I look at my degree and say, how much real use am I getting out of it? And I'm thinking now that, You know, it's not going to be going up and down the East Coast doing aquatic ecology and wetland delineations and all kinds of things like that. I literally could see myself absorbing some of my free time by doing science and environmental science related goodies for the homeschool community. It's about how you know, where you place your value, and it's not always in the mighty dollar. You know, and I think all of us have a contribution to make. Our communities are full of professionals and very smart people that are going to look and say, man, I don't know how they cannot be excited. And I'm hoping that when those of you that are here today to learn and test those waters, I hope you ask good questions of all of the speakers that are going to be here today. And leave knowing that there is a wealth of resources and people that are eager to help you. And as you talk to the homeschoolers in the room, they know why they're homeschooling. All right, they know what you're going through, and they will help you in any way that they can. That's just the type of people and the type of community it is. All right, we are holding this in the church today. You'll see that there are Christian curriculums, but there are also basic curriculums. There is no end to what you can put together for your kids. How many of you are in here because the COVID stuff just pushed you over the edge and what's going on? Almost all of you now. All right, I'm going to leave you with one final story before I introduce our first speaker. This COVID stuff's got me pretty upset too. My wife got it in the spring. And I had to, things got real fast. I had to look at all the information out there, what the government was saying, which was stay home, don't flood in the hospital, wait till you can't breathe, and then come on in. They were vicious to doctors that were saying, wait a minute, there might be something else we could look at here. When I researched that stuff, and within 4 days, my wife was out of bed and getting better because I chose to ignore every last word that came out of the government's mouth. One of our homeschool projects, I was a number of years ago. My kids were still very, very young. But there was a barn raising for a radio station in Northampton, of all places. I hit the internet and said, I wonder if that station's still there. Because we were looking for something for the kids to do outside of the home and expand their experiences. And one thing led to another. We put in a program proposal, and my kids got a show. And they broadcast for an hour. It was a music show, so it was kind of something that they liked. But there was an educational component because I said for every song that you play, I want you to go out and research the artists involved, where they came from, how they got together, their life, and blah, blah, blah. You know, to try to spice it up a little bit. So I wound up in a position where I was driving an hour to bring them up to their show and an hour to come back. And I said, well, I'm going to put in my own program proposal. Well, that's where Red Pill Politics came from. And I started a show while my kids were broadcasting. And the only reason I bring that up is not to plug the show at all. It's to plug one of the interviews that I did. I had a father contact me. And this guy, he says, you gotta interview my daughter. And I said, well, what's the story? He says, she's got 3 kids. She brought them in for a wellness check. And we know what they do with these wellness checks, a lot more than just take their temperature, check their reflexes, and look in their eyes. It usually means vaccines, doesn't it? 3 kids, 2 of them were twins, and the other one was just a couple, year or 2 off. And the one child, the older child, had some problems after the last vaccination. Things weren't quite right. And he didn't think much of it. Being a mom, wanting to be a good mom, brought him off to the wellness check. And they all got another round of shots. And you want to talk about people getting up and their voice shaking? This mother fought back tears for the full time that I interviewed her. She described watching her 3 kids drift away. The cooing stopped. The eye contact stopped. Profound autism. 3 kids immediately after vaccination. And the industry says there's no connection. That was one of the most heart-wrenching and memorable interviews I've ever done. When you talk to a mother, and there was no way she was faking what she was telling me, to have those kids drift away. Well, she turned into a bit of an activist, as you have to at that point, I guess. She began looking at ways to reverse that and chelate it out. And she was able to do that. She got her kids back to the point where they were talking again. But the take-home message that she wanted at the time of that interview, and I'm going to share it with you right now, is don't ever, ever put the government before your babies. Ever. It's starting to happen again now. All right, we've got a virus that has killed exactly 0 children in the state of Massachusetts. These jackals are pushing this for kids to get vaccinated at 12 years old. It almost doesn't even matter. If you use their own numbers, even under the emergency use authorization, let's just pretend we'll play their game for now. In that, it says that, whatever is proposed, this new COVID vaccine, must have the potential to do more good than harm, right? So if 0 kids have died of COVID, all right, let's take all the kids that had COVID in Massachusetts. Say there was 100,000 of them. None of them died. Using their own numbers, if you vaccinate 100,000 kids, their own numbers say that something bad's going to happen. This makes every public official, every public servant, I don't want to call them officials, they are your servants. Every public servant that has or ever will get up and advocate to vaccinate these kids under that conditions are indictable. They're after your kids. So I don't blame you for being here. I don't blame you for being spooked at that. They've come unglued. As recently as yesterday, we're hearing about more mandates. You're never going to see research on the psychology, what happens to these kids down the road, let alone it takes 5 to 10 years to figure out, what biochemical changes might have happened in their body. The FDA, they can pass Monday, like they're trying to do, by the way. They can pass and approve a vaccine. But time is time. You're not going to get what is going to happen to these kids 5 and 10 years down the road. Is not going to be on that little insert. So we've got to do something. And the one thing that we can do is pull our kids out of a failed system. For those of you that do that, you have no mask mandates. Your child will not be deprived of God-given oxygen. You will not be forced to put anything in their veins. You won't have to talk about the pornography that's in the sex ed curriculum. You won't be taught a doctrine of hate through CRT. You will have a good community of solid people to help you package something specific for your kids. Our first speaker, so glad that they could make it up here. They've been a force to be reckoned with here for the homeschool community in Massachusetts for a very long time. They have a wonderful convention annually that I really encourage you to go to. That is folks from Mass Hope, Sue and Bob Jacobson.
I guess we're on? Yes? Well, good morning, or afternoon. I'm not even sure what it is yet. Almost. We are Bob and Sue Jacobson from Mass Hope, and can you all hear me? Oh, that's better. We are Bob Jacobson and Susan Jacobson from Mass Hope, and we're here to talk about homeschooling, and I am going to turn it over to my wife to start.
This is not my favorite thing, but I'm here because I really want to encourage you to give it your best shot. We have 4 kids. I'll just tell you a little bit about us. 4 kids. Oldest is 35. Youngest is 25. All of them have graduated from college. They were homeschooled kindergarten through 12th grade. They've all graduated from college. 2 of them are going on for their master's degree. The youngest one she's a girl, and she's in a computer field, and she is giving the guys, the male-dominated field at RIT in New York, a run for their money because, yeah, she's knocking it out of the park. So we're very blessed. They were great students. There were days that I was ready to put them on that yellow school bus, which they have never ridden yet, by the way. But all in all, it was so worth it, and I've asked them if they were glad that it was done for them, and hands down, yes. They are best friends with one another, which I have to say is one of the biggest rewards, along with our relationship with them. Yes, they have their own friends, but they know who to count on. They know who to fall back on. It's their siblings and their parents. So that's a good thing. So this is also my very first PowerPoint presentation, so bear with me. So home education, is it the answer for your family? We would both say yes, but that's a decision you need to make. We hope that your decision is yes. Our definition of homeschooling, or home education, is that it's parent-directed. You have complete rule over what you want your kids to learn. Next one would be home-based. Doesn't mean you have to stay in your dining room, at the dining room table, or in your schoolroom, or in your living room, whatever. It's home-based. You can still go out and take part in co-ops, as you already said, Dave. There's so many resources available now. Privately funded. This is a big one for us. Government-funded homeschool programs come with strings. They will tie your hands and determine what you can and cannot teach. Don't take it. That's the encouragement I will give you. Don't take funding at all. In Alaska, they actually offer laptops and curriculum and everything to homeschoolers, and it's a big battle for the Alaska Homeschool Organization. Excuse me. Delight-oriented, which is a little bit of a different twist on this. Oh, what happened? Did I not move it? Sorry. Why is this not going? Gabrielle, help me. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. I thought it had advanced. There we go. Delight-oriented. This means if your child can excel in something, run with it. Don't bog him down because he has to stay at the same level for everything. If he loves electronics, run with it because chances are that's what his living is going to be. Thank you. That's what his living is going to be. And just stay up to par with the rest of the subjects. The last one is freedom of perspective. I originally had put Christ-centered here. Thanks. I originally had put Christ-centered because for Mass Hope, we are a Christian homeschool organization. So for us, part of that definition is that it's Christ-centered. But like Dave said, you don't have to choose a Christian curriculum. You can choose whatever angle and perspective you want. So, what's required of you to homeschool? Don't be afraid. That's the first thing. Don't be afraid. It's so doable. Massachusetts is considered a highly regulated state. If you look at Homeschool Legal Defense Association's website, we are colored red because we're not friendly to homeschoolers, supposedly. I think, if we have Worcester people in here, I know that you probably have had trouble in the last couple of years, but they are, if you know the law and you know what's required of you to submit every year, they pretty much will leave you alone. They don't want your headache. I've had 2 run-ins. I'm from the Wachusett School District. We live in Holden. I've had 2 run-ins with our superintendent. It took me saying, can you send that request to my lawyer at Homeschool Legal Defense Association? And that never even happened. They dropped it. They don't want to deal with us. So know the law, know what's required of you, submit your annual notice of intent. Massachusetts is an approval state. You do need to send in something at the beginning of the year saying you intend to homeschool. It is then the burden on them to approve what you've submitted. You do have required subjects that are needed. I do have further notes on this. If you want to see me, we have a little table set up in the fellowship hall. You're welcome to come and talk about, what are the required subjects. But I have to kind of mention the last one because it's actually funny. The last subject that's listed in the required subjects is good behavior. And we all know that happens in the public schools. Keep good records, accurate records. I would encourage you, if you think you have a college-bound student, to continue reporting after the age of 16. It's not required, but colleges may require a letter from the high school principal, and it's not going to fly when it's coming from your husband. So by submitting every year after the age of 16, they can actually provide them proof that you did homeschool and they approved your plan. And test or evaluate your child is required. We also have to do an end-of-the-year assessment. It can be anything from standardized test scores, dated work samples, progress report / report card. That has to be agreed upon between you and the school superintendent. They can't demand something. You have that liberty to kind of negotiate a little bit. What about socialization? This used to be the most popular question. My comeback question to that was, please define socialization. Because if socialization to you is your 9-year-old being able to get along with other 9-year-olds in the classroom, that's not socialization in my book. Socialization is my 9-year-old being able to talk to a 90-year-old, a 49-year-old, and a 9-month-old to keep them entertained. That's a well-rounded individual. So to me, home education fosters, as you said, you saw the older students helping the younger ones, it fosters socialization in such an enormous way, with opportunities that you can volunteer at nursing homes. You can, I had one of our daughters volunteer at the library. So there's just a host of ways to give them socialization, plus your co-ops and support groups. How do I get started? Fill your mind. Read everything you can about homeschooling. We can recommend some books if you want. Familiarize yourself with the law. Find a support group. This is really important to find. It doesn't even have to be an official support group. Just find other families that are homeschooling. You want to feel like you're in this with someone else. You don't want to feel like an island onto your own. When we started 30 years ago, we didn't know anyone who was homeschooling. Our school district didn't even know what to do with us. So just find someone. Talk with other homeschoolers. Purchase your materials. Set goals. Get organized. This is really important. To have an organized workspace is so beneficial to your school day. If you live in chaos, your day is going to be chaos. So just stay organized as best possible. It doesn't mean your house has to be spotless and spick and span, but orderly, that's all. Submit your letter of intent and realize that you will have, when my kids were looking at this last night, they said trial and error. It should be trials and errors. Yes, you're right. There will be. You'll say, why in the world did I ever buy this curriculum? Well, then scrap it. If it's not working, find something else that's working, because you can do it. You'll see this phrase repeated through my presentation, Homeschool Freedom, which actually is a website, and I would encourage you to visit it. It's homeschoolfreedom.com. We are part of the organization that started that, and it's a fantastic website. What does it cost? The next biggest question, how will I ever be able to afford it? It's as little or as much as you want. You can go get workbooks at Walmart. You can go to the library and just do your entire curriculum with living books. You can do a pre-boxed curriculum if that's what you're comfortable with. Everybody's different. You can spend as little or as much as you'd like. Again, explore your options because you have homeschool freedom. How do I choose the curriculum? Where can I find it? Dave, you already talked about learning styles. It's important to kind of put a finger on what learning style your child is. There are some books listed here. The third one there, The Way They Learn by Cindy Ulrich Tobias, is a really good one about learning styles. So if you're questioning whether they're kinetic or auditory or what's the other? Visual, thank you. That will help you. Where can I buy it? Online. This wasn't even a thing when we started. So much available online for curriculum, whether it's used material or brand new. Publishers are going crazy right now. Bob Jones University Press, they can't even keep their shelves stocked right now because there's been such a glut of people leaving the school system. And they usually have it well in stock like for 3 years, and their shelves are empty. Used curriculum. Oh, I forgot our convention. Yes, please come to our convention. April 21st through the 23rd in Sturbridge at the Sturbridge Hotel and Conference Center. We have a vendor hall there. It will give you the opportunity to look and feel and flip through and talk to the publishers directly, usually. And they often give convention specials so you don't have to pay shipping or stuff like that. So we also have a used curriculum sale. Don't be afraid to use used curriculum. Again, if it's cheap and it doesn't work, even better. Move on to the next thing. We have a sale every year. We also have on Facebook a group, Mass Hope's Facebook Marketplace for used curriculum. What if my child is struggling or gifted? All the better. You want them, as you've already shared, you want them at home where you can really direct their education. There are resources available to you. We'd be happy to help find them for you. If you need it, please don't be afraid to reach out to us. Graduation. What about it? Do they graduate? Do they get a transcript? Do they go on to college? You as a parent are the responsible party for keeping their transcript. There are all kinds of transcript webinars that you can learn how to create your own transcript. I actually took my transcript from my high school and mirrored it based on what my kids were learning, and just, it was accepted. Like I said, 4 kids accepted into college, not a problem. 2 of them went to Worcester State, 1 went to Nyack College in New York, and 1 is at RIT. Not a problem. But it's not just college. They'll be set up for the military. There might be some speed bumps as far as the military goes, but again, HSLDA will stand by you if they give you problems with that. And also the workforce. They are actively seeking out homeschooled students. Just ask Chick-fil-A. This is your turn now.
Thank you. Well, I don't have any slides to show.
Yes, you do.
Oh, I do? Okay. I come from the age before computers at home, and I'm the least techie person probably in this room. This is my wife, Susan, who was the most active participant in the homeschooling of our 4 children. But as she said, some of the best results of homeschooling are the relationships that are maintained. Our kids truly are each other's best friends, and it's a wonderful thing to see. Let me start by saying that I should put this back in that I knocked out. Let me start by saying that I'm very thankful to God that we have the freedom to have a meeting like this here today. This does not happen everywhere. I'm showing my age when I say that I can remember like yesterday, and I mean like yesterday, watching the desperate images on TV of the evacuation from the rooftops of Saigon in 1975. And we've seen in the last week somewhat of a replay of that in Afghanistan as desperate people are trying to get away. I've told my children that when you were born in America, you hit the jackpot. And in spite of what you hear, in spite of the rubbish that you hear, the criticism you hear of the country, look at observable facts. There are desperate people by the millions who want to get here. And you don't see a flood in the opposite direction. It's the socialist, communist countries that put up fences because if they don't, their people will run away. So there are forces today here that want to encroach on freedom and control more and more of your lives. And those forces do hold sway in much of the educational elite, and they are not friendly to homeschooling, because homeschooling is a movement of freedom. It is a movement of freedom-loving people. And when you threaten that, you will find, and this is along the line of, if you're afraid that you won't have support, you will have support. If you threaten that, you will find that you sometimes have grabbed a tiger by the tail. I'll tell you a quick story of what happened back in the early 90s, pre-internet. Now, the internet existed, but nobody had it at home. This was in the days of phone trees. If you're under 40, you might not know what a phone tree is. There was a law that a bill that came before Congress, education-related, and in it was a requirement that all homeschooled teachers had to be certified teachers. Now, a woman here in Massachusetts, of all places, someone who worked with Mass Hope, actually read the law. You'll find that many times legislators pass laws that they haven't even read. Well, she read the law, and she found this in there. And she contacted HSLDA immediately, and the word went out across the country to homeschoolers to contact their legislators, to call Capitol Hill, and there was such a deluge, I can't even describe it to you, there was such a deluge that the Capitol Hill switchboard was actually shut down, and they were begging us to stop. And that provision was taken out of the law. So we maintain freedom by being vigilant. And I'm here actually to talk a little bit about Mass Hope. And that's part of what we're here for, to be vigilant about homeschool freedom. Our tagline is promoting and safeguarding home education to the glory of God. Now, Mass Hope is a statewide homeschool organization. We do everything from a Christian perspective. Not everyone shares that. I don't know, we may have a mixed audience here today. If you do not share that, that's fine. When we have our events, all are welcome to come. Now, we do have, as was mentioned, every spring, a very large convention. Homeschool organizations were started in most cases 30-some years ago. They exist in just about every state. In the early days of the homeschool movement, in the 80s, almost no one had heard of homeschooling. Your family, if you wanted to do it, thought you were nuts. Your friends thought you were nuts. People in church thought you were nuts. Pastors in churches didn't support you. You were really left alone. And so homeschoolers somehow found each other, banded together, in many cases literally just moms and pops sitting around kitchen tables trying to figure out what to do. So they put together an organization and started to have an event called a convention because no one else supported them. And in a pre-internet age, that was the only place to go. It was to our large convention. We still have the convention, although these last 2 years we haven't been able to have it in person because of COVID. But we're planning on being back, as was put up here, I think a minute ago, in Sturbridge next year. I would strongly encourage you to come. It's a place where you can go and see large numbers of people of like mind that are homeschooling, and a place with a large exhibit hall where you can actually handle curriculum from all different sources. And it's just a great place to be. So I would strongly encourage you. Mass Hope, in its efforts to promote and safeguard education, we do put on events like that, and our formal graduation, which we did have this year. It's actually one of our best events. There we are. We do put on a formal cap and gown graduation. We have a very large used curriculum sale with thousands and thousands of materials available at bargain prices, including a lot of free stuff. Large numbers of people come there. It's a great place to find bargains. We provide other minor services like teacher ID cards, which very much come in handy, that you can use for discounts at many places. So we are here. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization run totally by volunteers, and we're here to serve. And we want to encourage you. In most cases, it's the wife, the homeschool mom, who does the nuts and bolts at home, homeschooling while the husband's out working. I'll be the first to tell you, homeschool moms are the heroes. The support of homeschool dads is essential, but it's the homeschool moms that make it happen. And so we're here to encourage you that if you're afraid, you can do it. A lot of the fear comes from being based on a false premise that somehow in the school they're actually getting a proper education. They're not getting a better education than you're going to give them. And in fact, they can run with their interests and get a far better education. Do not be afraid. Look for resources. Come and see us at the table. Some of these things are much better to go through in personal conversations. So come and see us at the table, and we'll be glad to help you with whatever questions you have.
And he's clearly not going to follow the slides, so I'll just run through the rest of them real quick. Stop. So this is where you find us online. Our website is masshope.org. Our Facebook page is facebook.com/masshope/. We do have 2 private groups. One is for discussion, one is for the used curriculum, like I was telling you about. Those actually have questions that we need you to answer to be accepted. Only because we're trying to keep dealers out, we're trying to keep, people from selling their China hutch. We want it to be homeschool-related materials. We're here to help you if you have any questions. There's our email address, info@masshope.org. Sign up for any of our publications. We do a biweekly e-bulletin that gives you opportunities and offers for homeschooling families. Just send us your name and mailing address and email address to newsletter@masshope.org. Any more information about support groups? We do have support groups across the state. We have a map at our table if you want to see where they are. You can also email networking@masshope.org. We encourage you to join HSLDA. I know a lot of people have a bad taste in their mouth for them. I can't say enough good about them, and even if you never, ever need them, the money you spend for membership is helping to maintain or gain homeschool freedom all around the world. There are families incarcerated in Germany, in Norway today, because their kids were taken away and they were found guilty of homeschooling. This is just unheard of in today's world. So know that your money is well spent. And like I said, 2 phone calls, one for each time that I had a problem, and the problem was dropped. So they are worth their weight in gold. They also have, it's not just legal services, they have a whole host of things. If you have a special needs student, they are there to help you. They're there to help you get through homeschooling through high school, preschool, everything, the whole gamut. So I would encourage you to look at their website and see what there is to offer. And finally, we are here to encourage, support, assist, and equip you. We want to see you succeed in homeschooling. It's that important to us. So don't be afraid to give us a shout. If you have any suggestions as to how we can come into the next millennium, we're at the point where we know things are going to need to change in the future. Please don't be afraid to say, have you ever thought of doing this? We're open to other ideas. So again, for further encouragement too, I would encourage you to, like I said, visit homeschoolfreedom.com. That's it.
Okay, thank you both very much. These folks have been doing a lot of hard work out there for a very long time, blazing trails so that, to benefit us here. And it is a lot of trailblazing for sure, the homeschool environment and how easy or difficult it is has changed quite a bit over the years. They mentioned college a little bit. One of the questions that we used to get a lot is, are we doing an injustice by homeschooling? Will our kids be accepted in the colleges? And the school district will try to put that fear into you, and they'll try to say that, we're worried about socializing. But the reality is, a college, like any business, what's their product? A graduate, right? An educated mind, a graduate. They don't want dropouts. That doesn't go good with their numbers. So when it comes to homeschool kids, they're self-starters, they're self-motivated, they can work with a diverse age range right out of the gate. A high school graduate comes out, like I said, everyone around them is a few months of their own age. These homeschoolers, they enter the college life running. And the colleges are actively sometimes recruiting and looking for these homeschool kids. So don't think that you're harming them by homeschooling them. You're doing them a favor. HSLDA, a good group. If you're going to start homeschooling, I very much suggest that you get a hold of them, join. My personal experience, the town that I lived in for many years, and where I finished up my homeschooling with my kids, had a little bit of a history Come to find out, years ago, there was some parents who wanted to homeschool, put in their letter of intent, their ed plan, and the school district said, no, we just, we're not going to be letting the kids out of the school, and rejected it. Well, that gained the ire of, obviously the parents, but other parents, non-homeschool parents, said, what's going on here? Well, they wound up with a series of meetings with the school committee, and actually the selectmen got involved. And when it got out, when word got out, what they were doing to these two parents and denying them the opportunity to home educate, all the parents came out. Their meeting had to be moved. They had to move it down to the high school in the gymnasium because there were that many angry parents that were public school parents, had their kids in the district, came out in force to support that one homeschool family and said, someday we might want to be making that decision, and you will not take that right away. One of the biggest meetings that we had in town, HSLDA was there to represent those people, and the school district left with their tail between their legs. We've not had a problem in our town since. So, Homeschool Legal Defense Association, they got some great services, and I hope you check them out. We're going to have some, right around 1:30, we're going to take a break. Is that okay? We're going to get some pizzas and stuff in. We'll take a little bit of a break at about 1:30. Between now and then, we're going to squeeze in a couple of more speakers. Let's see, two here we got to line up. Dr. Rondo, if we start getting your laptop set up here, I'm going to have Gabriella come up and speak a little bit about curriculum while you're getting ready. Gabriella is one of our homeschool organizers from Western Mass area. Please give her a hand.
I'm going to hold this mic so I have a little bit more control over it and don't have to stand back here. I'm going to talk about homeschool styles, but first let me tell you a little about myself. I have been homeschooling for 7 years. My kids were in 6th and 3rd grade when I took them out of the public schools. When my 6th grader was going into middle school, I said, that is not going to be a good situation for him, and I took him out right at the beginning of the year. My 3rd grader went for about 3 weeks, and they started sending home classwork along with homework. He was in gymnastics on a team, and I said, if you're going to make me teach him, then I need the time to teach him. I'm not doing your job. They had him for 6 hours, and they couldn't get him to do his classwork. There was definitely something wrong with the school system. So from then until now, my oldest is finished with 1 year of college at a community college, and he was my autistic son, and he is doing awesome. And I do want to thank Mass Hope because we attended the graduation there. And another connection with Mass Hope is I was homeschooled when you guys started. I was homeschooled for 2 years in high school because my family moved and the school system that I would have gone in was not one that I wanted to go in. All right, so let me get to the topic, homeschool styles. What should learning look like? If you don't think about it too long, you say, oh, it looks like a school, there's a teacher, there's a bunch of students sitting at desks listening. Please don't. We have an opportunity to do so much more than that. When we are in control, we can be creative. We can teach to the strengths of our students and the interests of our students. So there are styles of homeschool. Whoops. There's a traditional style, Charlotte Mason, classical, unit study, project-based, unschooling, and eclectic. So I'm going to go through these. Hopefully I'm going to give an overview, and the goal is that you see the different styles, and one might jump out at you, and you say, oh, I'm going to try one. And then you look for curriculum in that style. Because when you start homeschooling, there is way too much to choose from. So the traditional style looks like school. You may have desks, formal assignments, tests, and grades. Whoops. There we go. The learning is expected to be done at a predetermined pace. Now, this can be beneficial if the homeschool situation is short-term, but it doesn't fit most children. The Charlotte Mason style, the atmosphere is to model learning so that your children see you learn and get inspired. The second part of it is discipline. Charlotte Mason encouraged people to develop good habits of discipline. She was a British teacher, and she devoted her life to improving the quality of children's education. The third part is learning through life. Learning through experiences and living books. And that style uses lots of literature, music, art, and nature to teach the students. It's a lot more free. And then the next one is the classical style. In the classical style, there's 3 parts of learning. So the first is grammar, which is the foundation of knowledge. Second part is logic, where you start to ask questions and analyze knowledge. The third part is rhetoric, where you speak and write about knowledge. So the little ones, you would have work on the grammar. You would teach them the facts and start having them ask questions. And as they grow, you move from the grammar to the logic to the rhetoric. And there's a group co-op type of thing that's called classical conversations. And they use this model where they meet 1 day per week, and you have the curriculum mapped out that you work through together. And I know, well, I'm from Westfield, so I know there's a group in East Longmeadow and Westfield and Sunderland, and there's several. And I know there's some on the Cape, so that might be something to look at if you're interested in the classical style. The next style is unit study. This one's a fun one. You get to explore all the subjects in a unit. So instead of, oh, now it's time for math, and then it's time for science, and then it's time for history, you pick one topic and you enjoy learning it, exploring it deeply. So a unit can be a topic, something seasonal, like the snow and how that works, a book, or a virtue, like learning discipline or grace. And the goal is to look at each of the subjects with that theme in mind. Now, one thing that's good about this, if you have multiple children, you can use the same unit to teach the students at their levels that they're at, and have group discussions and go places and see things together. The next one is a little bit similar. It's project-based. And Reggio Emilia is a location where this was created. This project-based is child-directed learning. So it's similar to the unit, but the children pick the topics. So it encourages curiosity, and it encourages your students and children to ask questions. And what you would do through those questions is say, let's find the answers together. And you dive in and you look and you say, here's the math part of it, and here's the history behind it. And let's look at who invented that. Things like that. So you can study them, you can fix things, you can create things. So as parents, you would provide materials for them to be creative themselves. And the goal for this is learning how to learn. The next thing I want to talk about is the unschooling style, and that's learning through child-led activities, daily life experiences, and social interactions. This is a more unplanned type of schooling. When we live life, we learn. Just through conversations, talking about what would happen if I dropped this ball and this book at the same time? What if we dropped a feather? What if we dropped a piece of paper? Just being creative, taking things as they come, doing a lot of play outdoors and exploring, learning at the grocery store. That's always a great place to learn. In this style, parents provide resources, set boundaries, and encourage the children in learning. The next style is eclectic. Eclectic is anything that doesn't fit in one category. So most of us who have done more than a few months of homeschooling use eclectic styles. So many people end up using multiple styles. And as we start with our plan, we may need to change it because the material wasn't what we expected, something happened in life, or the children aren't enjoying it the way we want them to enjoy learning. Learning should be an enjoyable experience. Too often, it's not. And I wanted to talk about deschooling as well, because many of you guys are just starting out. Deschooling is a period where the students transition from sitting in a classroom and listening to the teacher to learning by exploring life. And I want to encourage you not to just jump in and say, okay, we're going to spend 40 minutes on this and 30 minutes on that, and then we'll take a break for lunch, and then we'll do this and we'll do that. Just like get to know your children and how they learn and what they're interested in as part of your, especially part of your beginning of homeschooling journey. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon. So connect with your students and go from there. How do we find curriculum? There are so many places you can look and so many options. That can make it even more difficult to choose. I highly recommend downloading samples. Most places that you can, most things you can find online, and you can find samples. And there's 2 websites right here, christianbook.com and rainbowresource.com. Those both have a lot of samples of a lot of curriculum. So if you're looking to buy a boxed set of curriculum, you definitely want to look at some samples, print them out, have your students do some worksheets, get the feedback from your kids to see which ones they enjoy. You can talk to other homeschoolers, ask them what they use, what they like about it, what they don't like. Keep in mind their temperament compared to yours, because I'm not that organized, and if I asked somebody who was what they like for homeschooling, that might not work for me. I need something more free. So I put a bunch of links up on the Western Mass Homeschoolers website, so you can get there from tinyurl.com/homeschoolma, and you'll have to capitalize the MA there. Everything else can be lowercase. So I do encourage you to go there. Mass Hope is there, HSLDA, the christianbook.com, Rainbow Resource, and some other things. Now, if you want to get started with something free, just to start you off with stuff, there's Easy Peasy, and that's a free online full curriculum, and you can just print out the worksheets and talk to your kids about how to do that, and just basically it's a simple way to get started, and then you can see what you like and what you don't like. I also would encourage, don't just stay home. So physical education and socialization, there are ways to connect with others. In Western Mass, we have partnered with Westfield State and Springfield College to do gym classes. Why? Because they have college students that are learning how to do a gym class. So we provide the kids for them to teach, to practice on, and the college gets benefit because they have a class to offer with real kids. And it works out wonderfully with both of those. And any college in your area that has that major, phys ed teacher, I don't know what it's called, but if that's near you, approach the college and say, how can we start this? I have a bunch of students that would love a phys ed class. Do you have college students that would love to practice teaching? Let's get that going. You can do the same thing. We have a place called Movement Terrain. It's an obstacle course gym. They can't do any classes until about 3 or 4 o'clock because all the kids are in school. Well, we have kids that can they can make a little money, and we can get a group together and get a good discount on physical education. So you can do that with the trampoline park. You can do that with the YMCA. We've had swim and gym classes. You can do that with gymnastics places, with self-defense. So don't be afraid to go up to approach business owners and say, would you like to do this? Because if they say no, it's fine, but if they say yes, that's a great way to get kids together. And when the kids are playing, the parents can talk. So it's a win-win. So I do encourage you to start something or join something. Some other things are exploring or hiking groups. The Forest Park Zoo had a multiple-week study of the animals that they did. In our area, we have a couple of different places that you can meet up at the park and walk down the trails together and explore. Do field trips. You can do monthly field trips. You can do a couple times a month. You can go to museums, historical sites, or even company tours. We have toured a book bindery, and the kids love to see how books are made. And the companies, if you ask them, they will often offer that as an option. So be creative and network and approach people and make learning happen that way. Co-ops. You can do academic co-ops. The easiest subjects to teach for academic co-ops are science and history because they don't all have to be the same grade level. You can do a full year co-op or a short term, video-based or live teacher. We have had a book club at a local library, and the librarian was leading the club for the students. Because, once again, they may have preschoolers at the library during the day, but not too many of the other age students. There are art groups. You can do drawing or painting classes. If you're doing an academic co-op especially, you want to kind of be on the same page with the other parents. There are some that are very structured and some that are very unstructured. So just kind of make sure that you know what you're getting into when you start doing that. And then you would select a curriculum, location, assign roles, and make it interesting. So somebody can be the teacher, somebody can be the assistant, making sure all the students are kind of paying attention, redirecting them if they need to, helping them if they're falling behind or not understanding what's going on. And there are other roles for co-ops that can help too. So that is basically what I've got. I'm going to put the slide up again if I can see which one it is. So in case you wanted some of the links, especially the last one, because that's the key to those and a whole bunch of other ones. So, as potential homeschoolers, move boldly into this period of your life because you are going to be the best teacher for your child. You know them, you can encourage them, and if they need help with a certain subject, reach out. Don't feel like, oh, I don't understand math and science, so I can't homeschool. That's not true. There's a bunch of math curriculum in that link. So a lot of it's online. You listen to the video and you do the short assignment. So the students really, and they have support for the students too if they get stuck. So don't be intimidated if you have older students and you're looking at math and chemistry and things like that.
Thank you, Gabby. Appreciate that. We got a runner who's going to be going to get some pizza here pretty soon. We got Adam. Are you just going to hook up over here? Is that it? All right. I am going to have. Have you got to hook up too? Okay. All right. Flying by the seat of my pants here. We're going to have Erin come up for a couple of minutes here. Erin's a good friend of mine, met her this year, and she's a real go-getter. I owe my second strike on YouTube to Erin, the ethical nurse. We got out there and talked truth, and we know how much truth is frowned upon nowadays. So Erin, the ethical nurse, is going to do a little presentation, and then we're going to get right back on schedule. Okay, are you ready to go? Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I'm Erin. I've been a nurse in the state of Massachusetts going on 25 years, but unfortunately, I've been witness to the slow deterioration within the medical care system. I left my job in December after 25 years. I was a home care infusion nurse. Yeah. It was one of the most difficult decisions I had to make because for the past 9 years, I've been in homes for 9 years, and I've had patients from the age of 2 all the way up to teenage years. I took care of kids and grandparents, you know, and it was very sad for me. It was like going through a breakup with all of my patients. But I knew I couldn't be part of the lie anymore. I couldn't wear the mask. The mask was a lie. The social distancing was a lie. I said, enough is enough. I'm done. So what I've done is I have been speaking out really loud. And I've been to board meetings and hearings, and you know what they do? Nothing. It does nothing, and I'm tired of fighting the system. Because it's like going up to a Nazi and saying, but Nazi, the law says this, and Nazi, I have a religious exemption, but Nazi, the data says this. You know what they do? Nothing. So I'm tired. This week really proved a lot to me because I went to 2 school board meetings and they laugh in your face. I told them a story about a kid, a 6-year-old, who went to the nurse. The nurse took the mask off and he had vomit in the mask. Now, as a nurse, I know that's life-threatening because a 6-year-old who doesn't have the maturity in his brain to take the mask off and say, I'm sick, I'm going to throw up. That kid can inhale his emesis, get pneumonia, sepsis, and he's at risk of death. So these masks, if you're thinking, I just want to send my kid back, it's just a mask. No, it's not. When you put a mask on a child, you can't see their face. And if they have a fever, you know as a parent what they look like when they have a fever, right? They get pale, their eyes get puffy, they just don't look right. But now when you cover their face, you can't tell they're sick. And then they're not drinking, and they get dehydrated, and in the middle of the school day, they get a fever. They're not raising their hand because they're scared to take the mask off, so they think they're going to kill somebody now. That's life-threatening because a kid with a fever gets dehydrated, and they go into respiratory arrest, not cardiac arrest like us adults, respiratory arrest. This is life-threatening. This is why the school is not a safe system for your children anymore. If you haven't pulled them, pull them now. Get them out. Now, where the kids have already been in school across the nation, they've already started isolating them, quarantining them, and sending them home because they're doing random pooled testing. So they're pulling the kids without your permission and they're testing them. And now they're putting vaccine clinics inside the school system. Okay, but I don't want to make this about me anymore. So what I want to do, now I know we're live streaming, if you're comfortable, please just tell me where you're from, how old your kids are, and if you want to homeschool and what you want to get out of it, really quick. What's your name?
Steve Foote from Ludlow, Mass. I have a 13-year-old and a 12-year-old. Just want to get them out of the public school system.
Well, good for you. Thank you. You're good. You're going to speak. Okay. Just really quick, your name, how old your kids are, where you're from. This is about us, okay? So this is really important.
I'm Jennifer Raffler. I'm from Wellfleet on the Cape, and I have a 14-year-old that wants to go back to school, even with the mask, and I'm not happy about it. She knows I'm here today. She knows I have other plans for her, and
Really quick, just your name.
Okay. Ellen LaPrise. I'm from Dudley, Mass. I homeschooled my daughter years ago. My two daughters are now homeschooling their kids, my grandchildren.
Good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, you're going to talk for a while anyway.
Hello, my name is Dasha Vadira. I am currently homeschooling my 4 children. I'm out of Franklin, Massachusetts, and it's very liberating.
Yes, thank you. Lions, not sheep. Love it.
That's right. My name is Christina Aurelio, and I have a 13-year-old daughter, much like your situation. She wants to go to school, and I'm not allowing it. And an 8-year-old son. And Aaron, you were at my Board of Health meeting the other night.
Yes, I lit that place on fire.
Hi, I'm Pamela. I'm from the Sturbridge area. I have a 15-year-old who I pulled out of school and my 17-year-old who actually was able to graduate high school with some college, so she can do college now. And I totally forgot what else I came. Oh, I work full-time and I'm a single mom, but I am homeschooling. So you can do it, I can do it, yay.
Hi, I'm Susan from Holliston, Mass. And I have an incoming kindergartner, and I'm honestly just terrified to send her to school. So we're thinking
Do not send her to school.
Well, we're here to learn, Okay,
you too?
Hello, I'm Deb DiGiorno from Holliston as well, and I have a 10-year-old who is excited to homeschool this year. We've never homeschooled before, but we realized this year that we don't need a babysitter anymore, and that's really what school has become for us, is just babysitters who also are trying to kill him. So we're happy to homeschool.
We don't want people trying to murder our kids.
So my name's Mike from Holliston as well. We're in the little group here. We actually moved from California, 2,600 miles to Holliston because they have a French immersion program in the public school, and we thought it was going to be the amazing system. And then 2020 happened, and we're wondering if the entire public school system is designed to, well, we don't know yet, right?
All right, you just, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Simran, and I've got a 12-year-old daughter and a 5-year-old son. So both excited to go to school, but for us, it's a very different experience coming from India, thinking, oh, we are going to get really a good education here. Though India also has very good education, but we thought the system is going to be really good. But now what we're seeing and exploring more, it just does not, it's not going to make up really good adults. So we are looking forward to homeschool, and I'm here just to get more inputs into how to go with the process and everything. But I don't know how it's going to go with my kids because both of my kids just love the school here. So, but they do agree that maybe in future or now or in future, we may have to offer this option looking at what's going on with the whole scenario. So, but yeah, it's exciting.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else want to share where they're from?
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Marion Webster from Clinton. My son is 31. He first time went to school at age 16, because he wanted to go to college, which he navigated the whole process himself. He went to as a youth learner at the community college in Bedford, and he is doing amazing. It was a fabulous experience. I recommend it so much. And I told Aaron, if you want more speakers, I can tell that story, because it's so exciting and wonderful. So thanks.
Okay. Both, come on. This is about you guys, all of us.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm in Spencer, Mass., and I have a 9-year-old son. We kind of sort of homeschooled last year, probably more de-schooled than anything. And I had registered him to go to the public school this year because I thought they weren't doing the mandates, even though I know better, and it's not even just about that. So I had to all of a sudden start joining groups and attending things, and which was good because then it reminded me of why exactly I didn't want him there. But he was, I think, a little excited. We had moved to the area during COVID, so we didn't have any friends. And I think that was the main reason of really wanting to go back. So, yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Ruben. I'm actually friends with you on Facebook. And I think I just couldn't wait to get up here and say that to her. And I follow your speeches all the time on Facebook. I'm a little rough on Facebook because I am so tired of what's going on. I'm originally from, thank you. I'm originally from Cuba, so I got some stories for you guys if I'm ever allowed to speak. Joan, where's Joan? Is Joan back there? So, speaking of indoctrination, what's going on right now in this country and in this school systems, it's pretty much the same thing that I grew up with. I have a almost 4-year-old and a baby 5 months. And I'll be damned, sorry, church, if I'm going to let the government in this country go down the way that my home country did. And let me tell you real quick. Speaking of sacrifices, my parents left. Not illegally, they came here legally, but they left the world they knew. They left their family to come to a brand new country at the age of 40 and 50 to give me and my sister a future. So if they can do a sacrifice like that, not knowing what was going to happen, where, again, for another time, I got stories, but not knowing how it was going to turn out, we can make the sacrifices that we need to make for our kids. And that's why I'm here. That's why we're here. And thank you I can't wait to meet everyone. Oh, I'm from Ashland, so whoever is near my area. All right, so thank you, and hopefully we can speak more.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Crystal. I've been in the U.S. for a year after being away for 10 years. I lived in Sweden with my husband. I have an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 3-year-old. They're all boys. And I just got through my first year of homeschooling. I convinced my husband to move back to the U.S. here, thinking that we're going to have a great education for our kids and great future and all that. But that didn't turn out the way it was planned. So now here I am, stuck homeschooling, but it's been great and very rewarding, and I would never, ever think of sending them back into any public system. So it was the greatest reward so far.
And in Sweden, it's outlawed to homeschool your kids. It's against the law. Anyone else?
Hey, I'm Joan Quinn Eastman from Beacons of LLL. I'm also a state committee woman for the Constitution Party. I want to thank Dave Kopatz for pulling this together. This man is a tireless advocate for freedom. I mean, there's rarely a moment in the day that he is not standing up and speaking out for freedom. So thank you, Dave. Red Pill Politics. Great to see Gabriel, Reverend Kraft. Thank you. Thank you for the gift of your spirituality and all the knowledge and wisdom you share with everyone. Jennifer from United Cape Patriots. Catherine, Shannon, David Roll. There are so many great advocates here. I just wanted to thank all of you for being here. I commend the parents taking this huge step to protect your children, pulling them out of the public school system. It's the only way you're going to be able to protect them at this point. Things are getting so ridiculously out of hand. Aaron, you're such a great shining light and such a wonderful example for stepping up, speaking up, and walking your truth, leaving your career that you love so much. Thank you for all you do. Thank you to everyone here. I just wanted to be sure. Would everyone please, David, would you all raise your hands so that during the break you can connect with these activists who are organizing protests, petitions, letters. Catherine, Shannon, please raise your hands. So David, if I miss anyone, my cousin Lisa's from Western Mass in the back. Lisa, please raise your hand. During the break, please, please, please connect so that you can keep taking action to protect your children and to protect our freedom. I've got some stickers and some cards here. I'm going to leave them right up there by Reverend Casey. Please take them. Get on the email list. Keep connected. Keep active. Keep taking action. We need to protect our freedom. Thank you so much, Dave. Can't thank you enough.
Hey, I'm Mike from Lancaster, Massachusetts. So I'm there with my wife, Jen, back there, and my precocious 4-year-old, Eva. My son is 6. So we're definitely under assault. I just felt it this week where I had an employer tell me that if I don't get a vaccination, I'm going to be put on unpaid leave. And some of the people said, well, maybe we'll give you an exemption. But what about all the other people that I work with? We build electronics. I don't know what it has anything to do with, medicine, health, science. I spoke in front of my school board on Monday night. I spent days preparing for it. Spoke for 3 minutes. I gave them 6 pages with citations, just solid facts, and they just ignored it. Didn't address it, and they basically said, and I spoke to them privately, they said, I agree with you, I didn't know all that. I'm still just going to vote and mask your kids because we don't want to get sued. So here we are now, and it's big, scary. I quit my job on Friday. So it's, I got 2 young kids. I have a wonderful wife who's made the sacrifice to stay home with them, but this has been a really scary couple of weeks for me. And you know what's crazy? I had a recruiter reach out to me just 3 weeks ago, and I already have a new job that I just accepted too, so I can provide for my kids. And so this is a journey for all of us, and I just want to thank all of you for getting together and showing strength, because together we are strong, and it just takes a few to stand up, and a few become many. That's what courage is. So, thank you all.
Okay. Anyone else? Come on down. Anyone at all? We need to hear from you so that people can connect with everybody if you're in the same town.
Hi, my name is Linda Moran, and I live in Chelmsford. And my daughter is 15 and a half. She's going to be a sophomore in high school. And when I asked her if what she thought about being homeschooled, she went, So she's rebelling against me. So I'm just looking for anyone who can tell me some advice, perhaps, on helping with that. And also, if she's very active in sports. So can she still do sports? I mean, she was a 3-sport person, and I believe they're not making them wear masks on the field this year outside. So
this is why it's so important to let your voice be heard and ask the question, because all of us are here to help each other. Okay, so we're talking about socialization. Well, my kids aren't going to get socialized. Well, when my kids they didn't go to school last year. I pulled them. But this is what I heard. They were sitting on the floor in the cafeteria because they didn't have enough space to physical distance. And then also in the cafeteria, they didn't want them to take their mask off for too long because they would socialize with their kids and give their friends coronavirus. So they decided to play movies in the cafeteria so they wouldn't socialize. This is the letter that went home to the parents. And so this is what it's looked like. So this is what it's looked like in the classrooms. That's what you're sending your kids. So they're not getting socialization there anymore. And if you haven't heard, you know, they've already been quarantining across the state where they go to school early. They've already been sent home. All right, so let me just plug this out. So my mission now is to focus on my children, my boys ages 8 and 11. My 11-year-old's really mad at me. He loved his friends, but you know, it's not going to be the same. So I've been in fitness my entire life. I know true health. Me and my husband are just about to open our new fitness studio where, yep, we have a space and we're going to open it up to homeschool fitness. My husband loves bonsais. He's going to teach bonsai classes. I'm going to teach nutrition and education. Please reach out to me. It's 3 minutes off of $4.95, and it's called Revolution Fitness because the revolution is happening here. All right. That's it. Thank you, everybody. Please connect with everybody. And thank you for all you're doing, and thank you so much, Dave.
Well, thank you very much. That was unexpected, but great to hear some other voices there. And besides, she's a professional bodybuilder. If I say no, she just straight up kicks my ass, so I can't say no right to her. Our next speaker, Dr. Adam Rondos from the Viewpoint Christian Academy. Asked him to come out, share some thoughts with us, and again, help alleviate some of that nervousness about getting involved here. Dr. Rondo?
I'll say thank you for the opportunity to be here. I know that I'm competing with pizza next, so I will not go too long. I'll keep an eye on the clock. Hopefully that's not a preacher's clock and it's too fast. And so but anyways, 2 parts that I have to present to you today. It's a great honor to be here and to be able to speak to you and encourage you in this area of taking back control of your children's education, which belongs to you anyways. I'm a Christian. I'm a born-again Christian. I believe in the Lord as my Savior. And I believe the Word of God, and it is the ultimate authority over my life. And so God did not give the children to the state to say, you take, you know, He gave the children to you, and it's your job to oversee their education. And so we're going to talk about a few things. But before I get to that, I do want to talk about Viewpoint Christian Academy, how it might be able to help you. We are a distance learning program here, a school in the state. But before I get to that, Michael King from Massachusetts Family Institute had planned to come but wasn't able to be here, and so he asked me to present a few things on his behalf. If you're not aware of Massachusetts Family Institute, I encourage you to check them out. They are one of the greatest resources and tools that believers have in the state of Massachusetts right now, I think. They've been just fantastic for our state. They've been doing a great job of networking believers to help take a stand for righteousness and the things of God. And so I just want to share with you a few things that Massachusetts Family Institute is doing and how you can take advantage of the services that they provide. I encourage you to go to mafamily.org, check it out. But let's talk about a couple things. MFI has been very active in monitoring school trends, and they've been very active in encouraging parents to do exactly what this session is encouraging them to do. Homeschooling obviously has been taking off, and things have been going good, but Massachusetts Family Institute is also working to encourage churches to provide opportunities for the believers in their fellowships to be able to have some sort of Christian education, to start a school or to start a co-op, etc., to make things happen. So again, I'm just going to run through some of these slides and encourage you to take notes, etc., about the various things that are kind of going on. But last year, if you remember correctly, the governor had mandated a flu vaccine for all students in the schools, but it never took place. It never came to fruition, and really that's because Massachusetts Family Institute and others got behind suing the governor and saying, no, we're not going to allow this to happen. So that was defeated. That was a victory. So that was a very positive thing. There's some good things that are happening, even in the midst of all the things that we're worried and concerned about. So that's still a big deal, but they're now also looking to possibly take away the religious exemption for vaccines. There is legislation occurring in our state right now for them to try to do that. And so Massachusetts Family Institute has been working diligently to try and lobby against this bill. They had a meeting at the State House. Over 400 attended it, and about 90% agreed in preserving the religious exemption, that we still need to be able to do this. So whether you're anti-vax, pro-vax, or somewhere in the middle, I think we can all come to the same agreement that we should have the choice as to what we put inside our body. And MFI is there. If you have questions about that, mandated vaccine at work or school, let me encourage you to take out your phone right now and text PARENT to 797979. It's a really easy number to remember. I'm going to mention it a lot. If you don't get anything, I want you to remember 797979. Text PARENT to that, and you'll get some information about how to submit an exemption form if you come across this kind of situation. My understanding is that MFI and Alliance Defending Freedom are being inundated with requests for legal counsel regarding things that we've heard about even here today about mandated vaccines. Do it or lose your job. Just the other day, the governor even himself came out and said all executive level state positions, state jobs would be requiring this, but there's a lot of opposition that is occurring. I encourage you to contact MFI if you have questions or need support and encouragement in this area. Other things that they're doing in regards to school, Townsend, Pepperell, and Ashby, they had a school committee meeting in regards to CRT, critical race theory, in their district. Out of 60 attendees, 55 of the parents were against the implementation. So they used to call it the silent moral majority. They're getting louder. They're getting louder. And then, of course, the sex ed mandate. That is not only happening in Worcester right now, it's a big deal, we'll get to that in a second, but it's a big deal across the state because they're looking to legislate it, take local control away and make it a state mandate, top down. They're not calling it sex education, they're calling it health something or other. But it's basically pornographic sex education beginning in kindergarten through grade 12. And it includes a lot of, we'll show some examples in a minute about some of the things, but it's not good for our children. It's not something that they should be receiving education about in schools. If you want more information about that, text education, or in Spanish, educación, to 797979. By the end of this presentation, hopefully you'll remember the number is 797979. Yeah, you see you're starting to get it. All right, good. We need to stop this sex ed mandate, do whatever we can. What are they teaching our children? Well, this curriculum that they're promoting is produced by Planned Parenthood. I don't know about you, but I do not want Planned Parenthood providing sex education to my children. They won't because they're not. My children won't be in this school system. But it's an issue of righteousness that we need to take a stand for. They redefine abstinence. I'm going to start running through some of these things. Just samples from grade 8 student workbooks. Grade 8, mind you. Grade 7 student workbook. Here's some samples. And again, we're not gonna stand there too long. We're kind of moving along because pizza's coming. But this is some of the stuff that is occurring. Here's some other samples from the curriculum: the sexuality, the sexualatry. I can't even say it right? And just some of the things that are going on and that are being promoted through these curriculums that are being mandated. How about the genderbread person for young children? This is actually samples of material from some of these curriculums, and it's creating confusion. It's creating problems, and it's not something that our children should be subjected to, or the gender unicorn. There's another one for preschoolers and kindergartners and first graders that's out there. And obviously this is problematic. So yeah, the problem is real. Or they tell you there's a spectrum, and if you change from one day to the next, that's okay. If you're like a boy today or a girl tomorrow, whatever, flow with it. This is what is being taught and encouraged. So obviously this is damaging and detrimental, and so if you're making the decision to homeschool and take back control, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. And again, the works are in place to start promoting this from the state down, to take away local control in regards to this and mandate it from a state down level. And it will include kindergarteners being taught about gender identity, et cetera, so on and so forth. And then many other things that are just, pornographic is the word. I would blush to talk to you about them. I've read them and I blushed as I was reading them. I felt I had to stop. That was the 7th grade book. It's just, find out more. But in Worcester, there is a massive movement to opt out right now. And you may have seen some of these signs. In fact, you can get a sign today. If you want to see Dee, can you raise your hand? Right back there. She is helping lead the charge for the opt-out movement in Worcester. And she's doing a great job. I want to encourage you today to take the ultimate opt-out, okay, and get your kids out. That is the main point. But you can also take a stand and get one of the yard signs. There's yard signs that you can get today. Put it in, if you live in Worcester, put it in your yard so that other people know they don't have to subject their child to the recently passed sex education, comprehensive sexuality education curriculum being implemented K-12 here in Worcester starting this year. Text Worcester to 797979 if you want some more information about this. And also, if you may want to share this with other friends who decide to keep their child in so that they can text Worcester to 797979 and get the form to opt out of this pornographic sex education curriculum. All right. I would also encourage you to again, text education or educación to 797979, not only to opt out, but also to get access to the MFI sex education map. Look up your region, your district, and see what's being taught. You might want to share this with others as well. This is really good information. They're putting together an interactive map with information about what particularly is being taught. For instance, in the District of Lynn, here's some information in that regard, what curriculum is being used, who produces it, etc. They measure against certain criteria. But again, if you look at Lynn, you've got does this sexualize children? Yeah, it does. It promotes transgenderism, diverse sexuality, various orientations, promotes abortion. That's a problem. And undermines parent or parental rights. These are the conclusions that have been made by a great analysis of this. And again, this is just some other information. I'm just going to kind of go through this real quickly so that you can see. But again, text education to 797979, and it's a great resource for you to have. Another great resource is the Massachusetts Informed Parents group on Facebook. If you're not following it, you should. So on Facebook, you just type in this, Massachusetts Informed Parents Group, and follow it. It is fantastic. Lots of great information on there. The lady who works at MFI, Mary Ellen Siegler, does a fantastic job of keeping people informed and up to date, as well as digging in to find out what's going on so that people can know. Because there's not a lot of transparency in this area. You have to really dig in to find out what is going on. You could also schedule a parent forum and see exactly what is being taught to your children, to opt out your child. These are services that MFI has, but again, we're trying to get you to opt them out completely. Text the word education or educación to 797979. It's some great stuff. There's also some other resources at MFI you can take advantage of. That I'd encourage you to do as well. Additionally, Mike would like me to encourage you to check out the new Boston Post, where you'll find stories that you won't find in, like, say, the Boston Globe, because they cover a different. They are willing to cover some of the things. They have a Christian worldview, which is what I want to have, and I want my children to have as well. So there you go. And also, let me just encourage you. You can also text donate MFI if you want to support this ministry, 797979. Again, that's the number that I want you to remember today. And you can text to that short code and get mountains of information. You can also go to mafamily.org, but really this texting is great. Look what they do with a fraction of the budget that other organizations have. And they are making a big impact in our state. So I really, really want to encourage you to do that. All right, there's part one of my presentation. Now, let me jump to part two. My name again is Dr. Adam Rondo. I'm the director of Viewpoint Christian Academy. A few years ago, our Christian Academy based out of Southbridge, Massachusetts was just brick and mortar. Kids came every day, etc. COVID hit, we made a change. We are now a distance learning academy, essentially a homeschool academy. And we offer programs K through 12. We're a quality program. We have accreditation through the National Association of Private Schools, and we have a great record with lots of graduates who've gone on to have a lot of success. We want to be able to help you. We want to empower parents for a Christian education. Let me talk, here's a list of some of the things that we offer. I'm just going to throw it up there for a second, but I would encourage you to go to our website, viewpointchristian.org, check us out, find out what we can help you with. Even if you don't want to enroll completely in our program, that's okay. Because if you enroll, and let me just say this real quick. When you homeschool your child, you get the choice to do what you want. If you enroll in our school, we're going to assign the curriculum, we're going to have the expectations, we'll maintain the grades and all that kind of stuff, but it's done in your home. So there is a little bit of a difference in that regards, but we're a great option if you need help getting started. Or if you want a program that is already set up, there's no lesson planning you have to do. We have online options. We have paper-based options. We have a la carte. You can just do it. I just need help with math. Okay, we can talk about that. But we've got a lot of options. Check us out at viewpointchristian.org and check our YouTube channel, Viewpoint Christian Academy. Every week we're producing a new video that talks about something going on in education. And we want to encourage you in that area. All right. We have three pillars to our educational model. Number one, we seek to be biblical. Number two, are individualized. And number three, we are mastery-based. I want to talk to you about these three things real quickly for just a moment as we go on. First, we want to be biblical. Education. In the scriptures, we see the education that you receive is equal to the discipleship that you receive. Education and discipleship, they're the same thing. Now, there's two different ways of seeing this from what we see in the Scripture, and I'll be careful not to preach too hard here. But number one, we see that Jesus rebuked the Pharisees because they went out and sought people to make them 2 times more the disciple of hell than they were themselves. Unfortunately, that's similar to what's going on in the public education system today. However, Jesus told his disciples to go out and make disciples of all nations. And he gave them power from on high to accomplish this task. Mom and Dad, you can do this. You can disciple your children in the ways of God and give them a good, godly, Christian education at the same time. So, no, our education is we seek to be biblical. So the curriculum that we utilize is going to conform to our statement of faith. We are, we believe in the sound doctrines of the Scriptures. We have a biblical worldview statement as well. In addition to that, we view the Scriptures as the inspired and inerrant Word of God. We view the world around us as having been created by God in a literal 6 days. We view life as valuable and that we are pro-life. We believe in the biblical doctrine of sexuality, that God created man and woman and established marriage between a man and a woman. These are things in our biblical worldview statement and are reflected in our curriculum. So the curriculum that we choose will conform to this that we might provide to you. Let me also go on to say that we follow an individualized method. And when I say individualized, what do I mean? Well, I don't know if you've noticed this, but the modern day educational system is kind of like a conveyor belt. Child gets put on it in kindergarten, they just kind of move them along until they're in 12th grade. Every year you just get moved from one. It doesn't necessarily matter what you learn, it matters how old you are. It matters what age you are determines where you are placed for the most part. And that's failing so many children. And there have been mountains and scads of what we would call learning gaps that have been occurring in children, especially from COVID and all the failure of the remote learning that did occur from the public education system. What did it do? It just caused students to miss out on their learning. So they're going to go from 5th grade and not learn the 5th grade things, but they are going to go to 6th grade because that's what happens. You get moved along. And they're going to be missing things. So in our program, we take an individualized approach. So number one, what we do is we test the student, find out what they do and don't know. I don't care what your age is. I care what you do and don't know. Let's give you a solid base for learning. I've had 10th graders come to me, and typically you're supposed to put them in a higher math, algebra, geometry, whatever. But they couldn't borrow and subtract. They couldn't add and subtract correctly. So we taught them how to add and subtract first, before we let them move on anywhere else. So we find out where they are and place them accordingly. We offer an academic analysis where we will test your child and say, based on our scope and sequence, this is where they are. This is what they do and don't know. It's something that we give to, if you enroll in the child, we do it for every child, but you can just take advantage of that service if you want. We'll test the child. We'll give you an analysis and say, this is what they do, don't know. This is where the gaps might be. We can help you figure that out. Additionally, look. It doesn't work. The herd mentality doesn't work. The beauty of homeschooling is that each child is its own classroom. They're their own class. And they can get the individual attention they need, and they can learn everything that they need to learn. We don't take a thick textbook, give it to the child, and then teach half of it for the year and say, well, the other half wasn't that important. We give units. We're kind of a unit-based study. So we break the year into units, and you don't move from one unit to the next until you what? Demonstrate that you have mastered the material. Why should you move from one subject to the next if you didn't learn that subject? So progress is not determined by a clock ticking off hours. Progress is determined by a demonstration of competency that I know those topics and those subjects. So that's our model. That's what we follow. We are Christian. We are accessible in an online or paper format. We are affordable. We use only high-quality Bible-based curriculums that follow our philosophy of individualization and mastery-based learning. We are primarily using accelerated Christian education, PACES, and Alpha Omega's Ignitia curriculum, which is their online portal, as well as some of their life packs, which are very similar to the ACE PACES. So again, this is just a quick overview of what we have. Viewpoints program is also very compatible with learning pods. Learning pods. If you're not familiar with that, it's basically where families get together and they have their own little micro school, if you would, and they just learn together. So if families are enrolled in our program, our system is the same. You can share the oversight responsibilities. You can help each other in this way. It's very compatible with that. We'd love to talk to you about that. In fact, churches can create opportunities to build in their building very easily by using our program. I've been working with churches here in Worcester, as well as various places around the state and the country, to make this a reality for them. Look, I'm also available for consultations. If your church is looking to start a school, I've had 23 years of experience doing this. But I know we're focusing on homeschool today, but there we have it. There's another, I know, I just saw the pizza come in, so I'm really rushing here. I'm sorry. I'm part of the Global Christian Educators Association, globalchristianed.com, where we try to encourage and support Christian education endeavors as well. But there's a quick presentation about MFI and what we have to offer. Come check out the table that we have later on. Grab a flyer. Would love to have you check out our website. Also, I wrote a book called Destination Wisdom. It's it's based off the book of Proverbs. It's really a deep study in Proverbs and about a father leading his children to wisdom and helping them to avoid foolishness, etc. 5-person layout of the 5 people of Proverbs. I talk about that in here and various things, the fear of the Lord, all that kind of good stuff. If you're interested, I also am selling copies of that. So thank you so much, Dave. Thank you for your attention. Have a great day.
I want to encourage everyone, eat good. There's lots of snacks out there. Please stick around. All right, we've had some good speeches already, but I think some of the exciting stuff is yet to come. I think we've got a big announcement that might be coming our way, and I wasn't quite sure how to structure this. As I said, and those of you that get to know me better, you'll hear me say this a few times during the course of the years. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. So we pulled together some talent, and it's being presented in a couple of different ways. One of those ways is in a panel discussion. I wanted an organic discussion to break out between the people in Ludlow. I want to bring focus to an issue, or better yet, a set of issues that you're going to find in your town too. I wanted to bring focus here and within this one municipality, so that you saw the amount of money involved, which is in the millions, the agencies involved, which are huge. They're not just focusing on little old Ludlow. They got the crosshairs on your community too. So we're going to have a couple of panel discussions. One is from some parents and teachers in Ludlow, and the other is I'm going to invite up a few of the other homeschool organizers, and that's going to be an opportunity for those of you that have questions. I really want you to ask those questions today, and don't leave until we've answered every one of them. I'm going to stay here until Pastor Casey kicks me out. So if you've got questions, please ask. This is the first of many, but I don't want you to leave here with anything outstanding. Right now, please go out and help yourself to some food. We'll stop back here about 30, 40 minutes, and we'll reconvene for the rest of the program. Sound good?
Finally Then you walked right out again. And it's cold, but there's healing in it. So Some say life is for the taking. I say life is a chance to give. For there ain't no time for wasting. No man knows the final day. Gonna live for Jesus. He's the life and the way. Look to the cross where they nailed him. Look to the grave where he lay. Look to the tomb that is empty. Look to the sky and hear him say, there ain't no time for wasting. No man knows the final day. Gonna look for Jesus. He's the light and the way. Gonna run, let's run to Jesus. If we're gonna wait on the Lord. If we're gonna die, let's doubt the devil. If we're gonna hide, let's hide the word. For there ain't no time for wasting. No man knows the final day. Gonna run to Jesus. He's the life and the way. Gonna run to Jesus. He's the life and the way. I'm gonna run to Jesus. He's the life, truth, and the way.
All right, folks, we're going to get going here now. All right, again, I want to thank everybody for taking such a beautiful Saturday and coming here to join us. Very important stuff that we're covering. And it really, I want to thank the people that came today, as you're the folks that are going to make this happen. And we really appreciate your presence here. And I'm going to be asking folks, you know, like I said, I've got only a loose connection now. I'm a former, I guess if you can call it that, homeschool parent. But I expect to have little cubs, little grandbabies soon, and I want to be back into it, so I got to keep the edge sharp, right? But this is my first time organizing an education-based event. I would greatly appreciate it if you would stay in touch with us later today, after the event, by email or on Facebook, however you prefer, and share with me what's something that you really liked and something that you didn't. I got thick skin. I promise I won't cry. If there was something that you didn't like, I want you to say so, because we are going to do this again, and we want to polish this and get it better every single time. That being said, I'm going to bring Pastor Casey back up here. He's got a little surprise announcement that he'd like to share with folks. And I'm really excited. I already know what it is, but I think you folks are going to be as excited as I am. So give it up for Pastor Casey again, please.
I'm so excited all of you are here today. It's been a great time for us. Last year, as you know, a lot of you know, the government tried shutting us down. And a lot of you supported us. You came, you wrote, you prayed for us, you told us you were behind us. And then through all of that, God has blessed us. And this past April, we actually started a second church in Lexington, Massachusetts. So the government tried shutting down one, we started a second one. So I like how that works. But I had a lot of parents come to me last month and say, Pastor, what are we going to do? And I said, I don't know, well, what are we going to do? I said, Pastor, we really need a school. We really need to have a place where our kids can come and not go to the public school system in Worcester, and where they can learn good quality education. And I said, well, are you willing to volunteer and step up? And so we had several parents who have stepped up and said that they're going to volunteer full time, and we are starting a Christian homeschool. We're not going to call it a school, because if it's a school, then they can come in and try to shut us down. But if it's a homeschool co-op, now what that simply means is you as a parent are bringing your child to our church, and we are going to be teaching them reading, writing, arithmetic. And at the end of the year, you will send in a progress report to your school district saying your child was homeschooled, right? So that's how we're going to get around that. There's no mask mandates. There's nothing, no sexual education curriculum that they're going to be trying to force on our school. And so we actually have a name, Freedom Christian Academy. You ask me, what am I doing? I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm literally flying by the seat of my pants by doing all kinds of research. But I'm thankful that my wife has 21 years in teaching kids in school. And so I definitely married way up. So she's a lot smarter than me. And so I have that, and we have 15 students already signed up. And so if you're in the Worcester area and you want to learn more information, please see me after. I'll get your email. I'll have my administrator send you some paperwork for you that you can look over. But we're super excited what God is doing. We're using the Becca Christian curriculum. So through our academy, everything is going to be God-centered and God-based. Kind of like what the doctor just said from MFI a couple of minutes ago, but he said it a whole lot more refined than I ever will. But it's basically we're doing the same thing just within a Becca curriculum. We're going to have moderators in every classroom. Kids are going to be doing video series and things like that. So we're excited about what's going on. I've watched my kids really flourish over the last 8 years in being homeschooled. And I thought, coming in from this, that homeschoolers didn't know how to communicate, didn't know how to talk. But I have had many adults who don't come to church, who don't believe in God, tell me that my kids are some of the most educated, polite, kind, and generous people that they've ever met. And it's not because I'm the pastor, it's just because that's how they see my kids act, and I'm thankful for that. That's a shot in the arm, the right kind of shot in the arm, that you're doing something right as a parent and going the right direction. And so we're thankful for what's going on, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to host this, and hopefully we'll have another one next year, and hopefully we won't get, I think what happened, we had registered 300 plus that were supposed to come today, and I think we got ghosted. So I think some people said they were going to sign up and then ghosted all the slips so we wouldn't see the amount of people that we saw today, because there is an assault against homeschoolers and what we're trying to do. We're trying to say to the government, look, we appreciate you, but stay out of our business, right? I want to read one quote, and some of you are really smart. You probably be able to figure out and tell me who said this quote, but this is the agenda of our modern society in which we live in. He alone who owns the youth gains the future. He alone who owns the youth gains the future. Anybody? It's Hitler. Okay? Now, let me tell you what an MSNBC News host says. We have to break through our private idea that kids belong to their parents or kids belong to their families and recognize that kids belong to the whole community. So, socialism and Marxism has been coming to our school system pretty much since its inception to take our kids away from us, to control them and change the future. So if we wonder why what's going on, there's an assault against our children, it's because they want to take them out of our control. We are now experiencing in our school system kids who are in their first or second grade and they want to identify as the opposite sex can go to the nurse, and the nurse, they're starting to pass laws where the nurse doesn't have to tell mom and dad that their student or their child is having these feelings, and that's what's starting to go all over this nation. And so homeschooling is skyrocketing for many reasons that we don't want that indoctrination into our kids. But it's true. If we lose our kids, we lose our future. And so now is the time, like we did last year, we took a stand, we fought the governor, we did it kindly, we did it appropriately, we did it legally. I'm so thankful for Mass Family Institute, and they're coming alongside me and saying, Pastor, you're going to stand, we're going to fight for you. And we won. And not only did we win, but our church is flourishing now because of the stand that we took. And so there are people like you who are taking a stand kindly, gently, politely, but your voice needs to be loud. And you need to tell everybody about it. We're not going to back down. We're not going to take this. We're not going to do this. If it's my body, my choice, then it should be my body, my choice to raise my kids what I want them to learn and hear, what I want them to see and read, and that's how it goes. So I have a lot of fun as a homeschool dad. Every day that I'm in charge is like recess. We go on a field trip. We go here. We go there. School is a lot of fun as a homeschool parent. So I know some of you are nervous. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what's going on. You have a community of people who want to help you, whether you're faith-based or whether you're not. You have a community of people who want to help you take that journey so your kids don't get indoctrinated with the ungodly things that they teach us in school. Amen? Thank you for your time. And our motto for our school is having done all to stand, stand therefore. And our motto is, our logo, our mascot is a standing sentinel. A standing sentinel is someone who takes a stand and protects those people that he's in charge over. So we're raising our kids to take a stand to protect the next generation. I'm thankful for your testimony about Cuba, because people don't realize, and I have friends in our other church that I just started that are from China. They say, Pastor, you don't realize what we saw and left in China is what's here in America, and if we don't take a stand and take our country back, we're going to lose it. And so we need to listen to people who have a testimony of firsthand communism and socialism, Marxism, and don't say, well, it's coming down the road. It's already here. So now's the time to get ready and take a stand. If you don't know what your rights are, you're going to lose them. So learn your rights. Everybody took a driver's ed test. You had to learn what a stop sign meant. You had to learn that a yellow means slow down. Some of you think it means hurry up and get through the light. But You learn what these things mean so you can stay on the road. If we don't know our Constitution, if we don't understand the Bill of Rights, if we don't understand what our founding fathers laid for us so that we could have the freedom that we have today, we're going to lose it. All you have to do is look around the world and see the rights being stripped away from other countries and realize they're not looking for a 10-year gain or a 20-year gain. They're in the long term, century gain. They want to go 100, 200 years where they can strip everything away, right? And so that's what we need to face. That's what we need to stand up and realize. That's what we're battling. That's what we're fighting. And we can do it a lot better and a lot stronger if we stand together. We all might not agree on every single thing, but I think we can agree on this one thread. God gave you a child for a reason, and God has given you that child to raise up the way you see fit, and nobody else has the right to tell you how to do it. So you stand for your child.
Thank you very much, Pastor Casey, and for this space here, for all the future kids and parents that you're going to help. Thank you very much for that. I hope that becomes contagious across the state. Our final individual speaker is a great friend of mine. I just fell in love with the guy right from day one. We really hit it off, and I'm sure you're not going to fall asleep. The one thing for sure, Reverend Kraft can really belt it out. Come on up, Reverend Kraft. Well, I do a Second Amendment rally every year, and this is a second year in a row. Both Reverend Kraft and Pastor Casey have spoke at that. And all these tough guys at the end, I get national Second Amendment celebrities out at this event every year. This is the second year in a row. The feedback I got is, I don't know who those pastors were, but I just love them. So they're putting the fire in our hearts, and we so appreciate it. Reverend Kraft, give it to them both barrels, sir. You want to understand?
No. Thank you all. Surely this is the day the Lord Jesus has made. And we're going to rejoice and be glad in it. Because like we just heard Pastor Casey say, God has given us stewardship over our children. And the fact remains is that we're going to give an answer to God when we see him face to face on what we did with that stewardship. This is serious business, y'all. He did not give us children, and we're grandparents, me and my wife. But he did not give us children for us to turn their minds, their innocent minds, over to Caesar. Hello, somebody. And as a minister of the gospel, I'm going to bring in a few minutes, I'm not going to speak long, because when I have something to say, I say it quick and I sit down. But I'm going to bring the spiritual context to this thing. Because most of us are well familiar with the material, with the political, with the economic aspects of this problem, but we're totally ignorant when it comes to what's driving this nonsense. As you see behind me, the scriptures say, "Search me, O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts." What are some of the thoughts that are driving this madness? God made it clear 365 times, for God has not given us a spirit of fear. A spirit of fear. A spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. When we are fearful, it means we do not have a sound mind. We waver. 1 minute, I'm responsible for training up my children. And in the next minute, but I don't know how to do it. And the government says I must send them to government schools. Not public schools, government schools with a government indoctrination and an agenda to destroy these precious ones. Therefore, what God put in my heart this morning for us all is this simple spiritual tidbit, and that is pressing through the storm. Pressing through the storm. We all know tomorrow we're going to have a hurricane. Tomorrow we're going to have a major storm. Jesus said in one of the Gospels, he says, you Pharisees and you scribes and you so-called religious ones, how is it that you can look at the sky and say today it's going to rain? But yet, you cannot discern the signs of the times. That's a rebuke. Jesus also said that the children of this world are wiser than the children of light. That's another rebuke. How can it be that we who know the truth, who have received Christ Jesus as our Lord and Savior, yet have no problem sending our children into the devil's place to be trained up in all kinds of madness? Tomorrow, we're going to get a natural storm. Let's see what God says about the storms. In the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, starting in verse 24, it says, this is Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount. He says, anyone who hears and obeys these teachings of mine is like a wise person who built a house on solid rock. Rain poured down, rivers flooded, and winds beat against that house. But it did not fall because it was built on solid rock. Look at verse 26. He says, anyone who hears my teaching and does not obey them is like a foolish person who built a house on sand. The rain poured down, the rivers flooded, and the winds blew and beat against that house. Finally, it fell with a crash. When Jesus finished speaking, the crowds were surprised at his teaching. He taught them like someone with authority and not like their teachers of the law of Moses. That's one passage. This is Jesus speaking, y'all. Give you another passage in the next gospel, the Gospel of Mark. Chapter 4, starting in verse 35. That evening, Jesus said to his disciples, let's cross to the other side. So they left the crowd, and his disciples started across the lake with him in a boat. Some other boats followed along. Suddenly, a windstorm struck the lake. Waves started splashing into the boat, and it was about to sink. Jesus was in the back of the boat with his head on a pillow, and he was asleep. His disciples woke him up, and they said, "Teacher, don't you care that we're about to drown?" Jesus got up and ordered the wind and the waves to be still. The wind stopped and everything was calm. Jesus then asked his disciples, "Why were you afraid? Don't you have any faith?" Now they were more afraid than ever. And they said to each other, "Who is this that even the wind and the waves obey him?" May the Lord have a blessing on the reading of his word. In both of these passages that I read, the passage in Matthew and the passage in Mark, we hear our master clearly giving strong challenge and strong rebuke to those who were his disciples. He wasn't talking to the world. He wasn't talking to the heathens and the pagans. He was talking to those who claimed to know him. The part that I didn't read because of the essence of time was that after he rebuked them and they got to the other side of the Sea of Galilee, the first thing that happened was a crazy man who was possessed with 6,000 devils. And this crazy man, who was buck naked, walking around naked in a graveyard that chains couldn't even bind him up, saw Jesus coming. And this crazy demon-possessed man ran straight to Jesus and says, "Son of God, have you come to destroy us before the time?" Think about that. Here was a crazy, insane, buck-naked man that chains couldn't even hold, when this crazy man that was possessed with 6,000 demons saw Jesus. He recognized who Jesus was, and he said, "Son of God, have you come to destroy us before it's time?" How can it be that a crazy, buck-naked, crazy, demon-possessed man recognized God through Jesus, but those disciples didn't even know who Jesus was? And he says, "Who is this man who even the winds and the waves obey him?" What kind of craziness is that? This problem that we face is spiritual at its root, not political. Spiritual. It's not about the Republicans. It's not about the Democrats. It's not about all that. It's about God versus the devil. And one thing I know in my heart, and brothers and sisters, hear me and hear me well. The heart of all of our problems that we see in our nation today is the problem of the human heart. I'll say that one more time. The heart of all of our problems is the problem of the human heart. And the only thing on planet Earth that is systemic is the S word, S-I-N, which spells sin. Not this nonsense about racism and systematic white supremacy and all that. Some of you could look at my shirt. Stop white hatred. White folks, stop being self-loathing, taking a knee, and all that kind of madness. God made you white, and you're ashamed of what God made. You are ashamed of your Creator who created you white. Just like if you're my complexion, and I'm ashamed of being black, God help me. Because what we're doing is we are blaming God for what he did. And how many of you know God does not make any mistakes? Hello, somebody. But for every truth that God brings us, the devil comes with a counterfeit. So he comes with this Marxist communist nonsense about oppressed versus oppressor, rather than sinners versus those who are holy and righteous. He calls evil good and he calls good evil. He calls Satan, calls up down and calls down up. He calls light darkness and calls darkness light. You find that right in scriptures in Isaiah chapter 5. The devil is a liar. The heart of all of our problems is the problem of the human heart. Sin is the only thing that's systemic. Don't you let anybody tell you something about systemic racism. You know why? Because all racism is another sin among every other sin. There's nothing special about the sin of racism. Everybody has sin in them. One thing or the other. White racism, black racism, polka dot racism, brown racism is racism. But it's only one sin among any other sin. But the devil knows. And he's put it in the hearts of our enemies, the Marxists, that when they can't divide us with class, they know the race card always works. You know why? Because the class card doesn't work in every culture. You know why? Because in the greatest country on planet Earth, the United States of America, you can be born homeless under a bridge. You can be born in the underclass. But if you apply yourself, and if you get the wisdom of God through his word, you can go from the underclass to the working class. And then you can go from the working class to the middle class. Then you can go from the middle class to the multi-millionaire class. And some even to the billionaire class. I don't care what color you are. Am I right about it? That's why you got black billionaires, black multimillionaires, black millionaires, black middle class, black working class, and black underclass. Conversely, you got the same thing with whites. So the class card doesn't work everywhere, but the race card does. The race card has a shelf life that never ends. You know why? Because classes can change, but skin color never does. I was born black 77 years ago, October 10th, 1943, and I doubt if I'll turn white anytime soon. You were born white. You ain't gonna turn black anytime soon. So get this race nonsense out of your head. It's flesh. That's all it is. And when we leave planet Earth, our bodies go back into dust. And dust is gray. So if you don't get anything else from Reverend Kraft, get this. Stop playing the race card. And stop listening to anybody. I don't care if they're in education. I don't care if they're in politics. I don't care if they're in the church that wants to play the race card. It's straight out the pits of hell. Hello, somebody. Because when we die, we either going to heaven or we going to hell. And there's only one heaven. Ain't no heaven for white folks, and another heaven for black folks, and another heaven for Hispanic folks. It's one heaven. And if we ain't right with God, if we don't love God with all our heart, soul, and mind and strength, and love our neighbor as ourselves, guess what? We ain't going there. We're going to that other place that you don't hear preachers talk about no more. That's the lake of fire. That's hellfire. Since when did preachers supposedly stop preaching about hell? I'm a hellfire and brimstone preacher. You know why? Because Jesus was. And so was all the apostles and the prophets. So what happened to it in the church? The Bible is clear. Straight is the way, and narrow is the gate that leads to everlasting life, and only a few find it. Why, Lord? Because broad is the way, and wide is the gate that leads to everlasting destruction, and many there be that go in therein. Most people are going to die and go to hell. But yet God says it's not his will that any should perish, but that all would come to repentance. The problem is most people don't believe that. There ain't no hell. Yes, it is. You know why we know that? Because you see a smidgen of hell right here on earth. We're going to get some of it tomorrow, y'all. Pressing through the storm. There's going to be a storm tomorrow, y'all, called a hurricane. But yet we can say there's a blessing in the storm. There's a blessing in the hurricane if we know how to look at the thing from God's perspective. It's just like I could take a bottle of water and have it half full, like that bottle there, and I can set it up and say, look at this bottle, y'all. Is it half full or is it half empty? Some will say it's half full because they're looking at it from an optimistic precept. Others will say it's half empty because they're looking at a negative precept. Which one is right? They're both right. It's all according to how you look at it. So what we have to do is simply this. We are responsible for our children. None of us will be able to stand before the throne of mercy and say, God, I was afraid to home educate my children. And then God will say, did I not tell you in the book of Proverbs, you train up your children in the way that they should go. And when they are old, they will not depart from it. Yeah, but God, I had to go to work every day, and I could not afford home education. And then God will say, did I not tell you again? Or did you hear me the first time? That you train up your children in the way that they shall go. And when they are old, they will not depart from it. But God, I don't know what I'm doing. But then I did not tell you. You train up your child in the way that they should go, and when they are old, they will not depart from it. He's going to say the same thing over and over and over. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity, in the hellfire of brimstone. You say that you know me, but you don't know me. Because if you knew me, you'd be what I said in the Sermon on the Mount. The winds blew, the storms came, the floods roared, and those who heard my word obeyed it. And when the storm came, their house did not fall because their house was set on a solid rock. Jesus says, I am that rock of salvation. And if you build your house, not your physical house, but your spiritual house on me, it will not fall when the hurricane comes. But them foolish people, they will also hear the same word. But those foolish people will, when the storms come and the winds blow and all these things happen, when their storm comes, it'll go in one ear and out the other. And God says, your house will fall because it was built on quicksand, and great will be the fall of it. So, brothers and sisters, as I take my seat, the heart of all our problems, the heart of all of our problems, the heart of all of our problems is the problem of the human heart. Let's get past this nonsense about all the Republicans, all the Democrats, all Trump, all Biden, all Harris, all Bush. Let me tell you something. If we get rid of Biden or Obama or Trump or anybody tomorrow, there'll be 50 more in line waiting to take their place. Because they're not the problem. And they can't fix the problem. Because the Bible makes it clear. Trusting in men is a snare, a trap. Only he who trusts in the Lord shall be made secure. We can't put our faith and trust in no human being. None. Zilch. Nada. You know why? Because we all have the same spiritual problem. We all were born in sin. According to Romans chapter 3:23. We're all born in sin. All born in sin. All shapen in iniquity. None of us are righteous, no, not one. Only the blood of Jesus Christ makes us righteous and redeems us from the power of sin and the penalty of sin when we receive him as Lord and Savior. That is the gospel. And until we believe that, we're lost. All these foolish religious traditions of men, Jesus made it clear. Because your traditions of men, you make the word of God of no effect. When we say, oh, I'm this denomination. Oh, well, I'm that denomination. And then another one says, well, I'm this denomination. And another one says, well, but I'm not denomination. And then the Apostle Paul says, is Christ divided? I ain't got time for that. I'm an ordained minister, yeah. Went through the Assemblies of God, yeah. Got a Master's of Divinity from Harvard Divinity School, and that is far left. I was talking to somebody in the back there. When I came out of Central Bible College in 1993, and I told them I was going to Cambridge, Massachusetts to go to Harvard Divinity School, they looked at me and said, oh, Rev, I thought you were saved. You go to Harvard, them folks gonna turn you into Al Sharpton number 2. And that was my response. I said, he. I said, that devil is a liar. I'm a church kid. I've been in church all my life, but the problem was I was lost sitting in the pew. I'll be 78 in October. I was a drug addict, a heroin addict in the Bronx from the time I came out the Army in 66 until 76. I had a 10-year run popping needles in my arm. You think now at 77 and I've been saved since 78, you think I'm going to let them put a kill shot in me? That devil got to be crazy. You think I'm going to sit up and let them put some face diaper over me? Do you think God is in that mess? Of course he's not. I had to preach down in Opelousas, Louisiana last Sunday. And me and my wife, we run a home church in Lexington. You don't know how grievous it was for me to stand behind the holy desk and look at them people in that church house. All of them got their face covered with face diapers on. And at the same time singing, oh, I have faith in the Lord. I said, you ain't got no faith in the Lord. You got a faith in some diaper on your face. Me and my wife both had COVID in March. We don't know how we got it. Probably got it people coming in the house church. But you know what I did? I got on my knees. I took a knee. I took a knee to the right one. I said, Jesus, I don't like this. I said, Jesus, you said, whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. Jesus, you said, put me in remembrance of the word. I'm sick. My wife's sick. Help, Lord, help. God sent American frontline doctors and put a doctor in our church, an anesthesiologist. She said, Rev, we can't have you sick. Wrote the script for ivermectin. Then frontline doctors came through with hydrochloroquine. A week later, last week in March, we was well. So how can it be the so-called people, these doctors and lawyers and Fauci and all these folks, NIH, CDC, all these folks, including our President Trump, who I love and voted for, all of a sudden telling you, take the shot. And then put on a mask after you take the shot. And you're still going to get COVID anyhow, because now you done took COVID, and now you got to take a booster. While God is making the devil show his real hand through the enemies like Bill Gates and saying, we got to get rid of 3/4 of the world's population through vaccines. So we're gonna believe Bill Gates, and he telling us, I'm gonna kill you with the needle. And we say, okay, Billy boy, you God. Okay, Dr. Fauci. That devil is a liar. But yet we'll believe them folks. And when you ask them the hard questions, say, Doc, if you're really concerned about our health and well-being, why are you blackballing and censoring hydrochloroquine and ivermectin, things that work? Why are you hiding it? You only hide stuff when it's the truth. Reason why they hiding it, because they know it works, but ain't no money in it. This whole thing is sow the spirit of fear in order to control the people by controlling their thinking. That's why that scripture up there says, try me and know my thoughts. Search me, O God, and know my heart. Satan's people tells you to fear. God's people tells you, God says don't fear. Satan says you must fear. God says don't fear. They say you must fear. God says don't fear. They say you must fear. God says don't fear. They say you must fear. God says don't fear. Whose report will you all believe? Then we better start acting like it. Because as for me and my house, we're going to believe the Lord. For let God be true. Let God be true, and every man a liar. If we want to know the root of all these problems, read your Bible. Believe the Bible. Don't read it religiously, because it's the truth. The only thing that's systemic on planet Earth is sin. And we find that out in Genesis chapter 3. When Adam decided to listen to what his wife said and obey her voice, and she listened to what the devil said and believed his lie when he told her, with Adam standing right there looking, you shall be your own God, knowing good and evil. That's what we have today. So you have evil, wicked people in high places saying we got too many people on planet Earth. We got to depopulate them with a devilish scheme that starts off with creating a bioweapon called COVID-19, shooting it all over the world to make it global. Then once it's all over the world and people are getting sick all over the world, then we make everybody all over the world put on a diaper on their face so you can't see their face. And what that is it dehumanizes you. Because when you can't see somebody's face, you can't see them. Then once they go for that, you condition them to that, then you tell them, now you got to take a shot. Then when the shot don't work because it's poison, when you hear other doctors telling you don't take that thing, and they're not making a dime off of telling you not to take it. The ones who are making billions are the pharmaceutical industry who are making the millions. So that tells you right there who's lying to you. Right. That's enough right there. And they keep changing the narrative every week. The thing about the truth is the truth never changes. Jesus says, I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life, and no one comes to the Father but by me. The truth is a person. It's Christ. And anything that denies Christ or anything that contradicts Christ is the opposite of the truth. It's a lie. It's the spirit of Antichrist. Well, Reverend Kraft, that's offensive. That's not politically correct. Right, but it's biblically correct. I'm a preacher. And I'm going to run for school board, not because I got kids in a public school, but because I can stir up some mess. Because they're going to have to deal with the truth of the Word of God. I'm not going up there talking about Republicans and Democrats and all that nonsense. I'm going up there to tell them, thus saith the Lord. And guess what? When you go there, they're going to shut up, or they're going to run, or they're going to call you a religious fanatic. That's fine. They called Jesus. They said he crazy. Jesus said if they hate you, it's because they hated me first. If you're a true Christian, get used to it, baby. Persecution is coming. And it's getting worse. So we might as well take a stand now, either for God or against God. There's no third option. That's why I love this brother here from Cuba. He says it. So, oh, I got to get to America. Everybody talk about how wicked America is. Really? Think about this, y'all. This is common sense. If America is as wicked as the communists are trying to make you believe it is, why you don't see nobody trying to get out of here? Everybody's trying to get up in there. If America is systematically, irredeemably racist and has to be dismantled, why isn't everybody trying to bounce out? They're all trying to get in there. You know why? Because everybody with common sense knows that's a lie. That's why I love talking to people who come out of communist nations who say, I went to America to get away from this mess and come here and we're going to embrace it? Are you crazy? So as I take my seat, y'all, here's what Reverend Kraft is leaving y'all with. When you leave this seminar today, there's two options and two options only. You either take the responsibility for home education. You ain't got to call it homeschooling. Just call it home education. Because that's what it is. And there's enough resources in that room and in this sanctuary that none of us have any excuse. We're going through the same thing, me and my wife, with our loved ones, with our family. My wife's a retired school teacher, special ed. They ran her out the system because of her so-called traditional, old-fashioned conservatism. You black folks supposed to be left-wing Marxist liberals believing in social justice. I believe in biblical justice. Because biblical justice always brings forth social justice. Anything other than that is a lie. Oppressed. You oppressed, Reverend Kraft. Oprah Winfrey is oppressed. Really? She's a woman, oppressed number one. She's black, oppressed number two. And she's a billionaire, so she's really oppressed. If that's the case, give me some of her oppression. But this old boy, this old white guy that's coming to the Salvation Army, that's homeless, he's oppressing her. Man, if you're going to tell me a lie, at least tell me a lie that makes sense. Come on, guys. There's only two possibilities here. Let God be true and let every man that counteracts that and contradicts that a liar. Either get into this thing, learn what you have to learn. You got the legal organization behind you. You got my buddy Mike King's organization behind you. You have these co-ops behind you. There's no excuse. Or just say, my kid's staying in government school, and I'm going to let the devil brainwash them and indoctrinate them into all kind of madness, and I'm just going to pray that they're going to turn out all right. No, they're not. Me and my wife, we're going through that with our grown kids, and they're saved. But guess what? Our daughter-in-law, she's the vice principal. She knows the evil that she's got to teach the teachers to teach the kids. But it's all about income. She's a teacher's teacher. I can't give up my job. How are we going to pay our bills? She can make money tutoring, and our son can go out and work outside the house. But they don't want to hear that. And they're saved. We got a problem, y'all. None of us have an excuse that if we love God and love our kids, to leave our kids in that system, because that system cannot be reformed. It cannot be redeemed. When people say, oh, government schools are failing, no, they're not. They're succeeding in exactly what the commies set them up to do. Just what the pastor said about what Hitler said. It only takes one generation to flip the nation. Just one. They get our kids, America's done. So I'm praying, Reverend Kraft and Mrs. Kraft, we're praying for all of you. Don't leave here with any question marks or any doubts in your mind about what you're going to do. Make up your mind and get it in your heart today. Either I'm going to take my responsibility for my kids or I'm not. End of discussion. If you make the right choice, God will bless you. And God will make a way where you may think there is no way. But if you make the wrong decision, because of whatever rationalization you come up with in your own mind, you will answer to God for that. Do you hear me? Amen. David, come on up here. I'm done.
Oh, I told you, didn't I? Good old Reverend Kraft. He keeps us on our toes and keeps the edge sharp for sure. God bless you and thank you very much. That's the fire we need in our heart. I'm telling you right now, when you get to that point where you have resolved that there's nothing, not even men in fancy hats that call themselves governors, school officials, when you've resolved that nothing is going to harm your children, it's like a weight lifted off your shoulder. You take a deep breath and know that the fight that you're in the right fight. And when the wind is in your sails, and I'm telling you, if you're looking out for these little ones, God's breath will fill your sails, I promise you that. And we will win. We will win. As you reflect back, we're coming up on Constitution Day. When this nation was freeing itself, the British looked over here, and their number one enemy, it wasn't the militias, all right? It was the Black Robe Regiment. They feared most the preachers that galvanized and hardened these soldiers, these people that had such a thirst for liberty that, I mean, they were near bulletproof. They fought like you've never seen a soldier fight before because they had it here. They had resolved that they've already won. They just had to continue to resist and never give up. We cannot let the word quit be in our dialect anymore, ever. We have got to stop it. It's gotten to the point where they're literally attacking our children. There must be a line that's drawn in the sand, and if they stick their foot over, we chop it off. That's it, no more. We got 2 panel discussions coming up. The Ludlow people, if you want to start filtering up here. I'm hoping to bring you a story that's currently taking place in the town of Ludlow, Massachusetts. I've been aware of this for the better part of a year. I knew this was coming to a head, and it finally is. These parents and teachers are finally coming out and they're talking. And what I want to bring you is a glimpse of one municipality and the types of material that's coming in, what happens when a teacher tries to speak up, what happens when we get a parent involved, and you're going to see an aggressive, oppressive attack by the school system on the 2 most important elements of a child's education, which is not school administrators, it's teachers and parents. So that's going to be our first panel discussion right now. The final one, I want to make sure that those of you that are here and leaning towards possibly homeschooling, stick it out to the end, because I'm going to bring the co-op organizers up here, and you're going to ask all your questions until every one of them's been answered. That being said, I am going to put you in charge of mics. And then we're going to get started. The first story I want to hear about is from Bonnie Manchester. As you know, I do a show every week with my wife. 2 weeks in a row, I interviewed Bonnie, the teacher from Ludlow, introduced what she went through, which brought up Steve Foote, who was the parent in which she was concerned about. And we're going to hear this story and then know in your heart that this is taking place in your community too. You've just got some teachers and parents that are so beaten down they're afraid to say anything about it. We're going to start hearing about it here tonight. Let me hand this one to you. Bonnie, I'd like you to start off because you kind of got this thing fired up. So please start telling people a little bit about yourself, what came to a head in Ludlow, and then we'd like to go right across the stage, introduce each parent, each person involved. I may jump in with a question or two, but start with your introduction, and then we'll go right down the line.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Manchester. I've been a teacher for 25 years. I've been teaching at Baird Middle School in Ludlow for 21. I taught special ed for 12 years. I worked in a behavior program. I would say before I taught in public school, I worked for the KEY program, if anybody knows what that is. It's like teacher boot camp. So I feel like my very first experience was teacher boot camp. Behavior management was my real strong suit. And I have been watching everything that everybody's talked about all day, have been slowly turning up my whole career. I've been aware of it my whole entire life. This will be the first year that I don't start school in September, my whole entire life. Thank you. It's a very strange feeling listening to everybody speak. I'm kind of feel a little bit more comfortable. Rev Craft, I know very well. I go to Lexington Home Church all the way from Ludlow. I drive an hour. It's worth it. I started this. I've been watching all of this happen, all of these topics, the slow takeover of your children. I have done my best over the years to stand as a Christian. Most people I work with probably don't even know I'm a Christian. I just go into work and do my job. And my job is to educate these children. 2010, I got in a really bad car accident. I went over to general ed. My car accident, what happened in my life, is a testimony to Jesus Christ, for sure. I've been a Christian my whole life. But in 2010, he plucked me out of this world and told me to go in a different direction. And so I have been doing that. And Rev Kraft's right. Read your Bible, seek his face, because that's what will save you. I pretty much, I guess according to my colleagues, I have committed career suicide. I have given up my pension, my retirement, everything. I got fired on May 19th of this year. I got fired, well, I'll go back a little bit.
Well, tell them why you got fired, and then we'll go right down the line.
Okay,
Yeah,
because
go
it
ahead.
started way before the incident I got fired for was not what the incident started. I got fired on May 19th for letting Mr. Foote know that they were calling his daughter a male name in class, and I was told to keep it from him and lied to them. And his kids aren't the only kids, there's about 5 of them. And so these parents have no idea that their kids are transitioning, that they have changed their names in the schools, and that they're helping these children against their parents. That's the saddest thing, and I won't have any part of it. And if Ephesians 6:10, if you don't know it, because this is the storm, and this is the time to stand.
Kind of hard to follow Bonnie, but my name's Stephen Foote. 2 children in the middle school. They're 12 and 13 now. When the stuff with the transgender thing started, they were 11 and 12. I'm just a local mechanic in town and live in the same town, and the stuff that's going on in our school system is going on in everybody else's, I can guarantee it. It's scary. When you hear all the stuff that we have to tell you about, it's gonna scare you even more, and you're gonna wanna homeschool your kids even more.
You know, I want you to touch on something that, for me, was really bothersome. I knew that it was taking place, but I want you to share with me the way the school district willfully and intentionally tried to divide you and the kid's mother. They thought they saw an opportunity to strike there, and they willfully and intentionally tried to create divide.
When we found out what was going on with not only our daughter Brenna, but with our son Gavin as well, we set an appointment with the school's head principal, Stacy Monette. I had run-ins with her before over some other issues that were going on in our school system. So she knew who I was, she knew my stance on things. Come the day of the meeting, she tried calling my kid's mother on the phone, which was supposed to be a Zoom meeting about 5 minutes before it started, to try to convince her otherwise of what she was thinking and how she was feeling. Because she knew once I got into the Zoom meeting that it was going to be over for her. Luckily, their mother said, no, both of us are supposed to be here, and we stood together and didn't let it happen. But they will try to divide and conquer people. That's what they do.
Yeah, and this is super important, is this type of division. They will do this on purpose, and they will try to pit one parent against the other. And when we wrapped up our interview, I couldn't thank both you and your wife enough for being a real good example, not only for defending yourself inside of a school administrator's office, but in general for these 2 parents to come together despite any past differences, going back to back against the machine for their kids. This is a type of grit that needs to exist in every parent out there, because there are so many enemies that will divide and conquer if they can. In this case, you 2 came together for your children, and that's to be commended, and it's an example for all of us, even on a good day, is our kids cannot be a tug-of-war rope, whether it's between parents or between parents in a school district. You got to come together for these kids, and you both did the right thing there. But be prepared for it, as they will try to divide you and your spouse if they think they can.
The other thing they did in that meeting is that this principal did in that meeting as well was after about 5-10 minutes of me questioning her, and she knew she didn't have any answers, she knew she couldn't defend what they did, she ended the meeting and refused to talk to us and just hung up the phone.
They had a conclusion before they even started with you.
Yep.
Now, you've been with the school district for a while, right?
Yeah.
Introduce yourself to the folks.
All right. I too graduated in 1983, like Dave. Oh, and been married for 32 years. We raised 6 children together, and we basically dedicated our lives to the youth of the community. My wife and I started a youth, like a contemporary Christian choir in 2 different parishes that still are in operation, and she teaches religious ed. I coach football, and I'm actually now the president of the Football Association in Ludlow. So I've been around kids forever, and over the past, I'd say 10 years, we've seen a serious decline in just the social aspect of these kids, and it's been driving us crazy, you know, and we've been kind of doing some research. Thankfully, we raised our kids. They went to a Catholic school for up until 8th grade, and I got to say that it is the next best thing to homeschooling. I still believe homeschooling is the way to go, especially now, because even in Catholic schools you have, or private schools, you got to really do your research and make sure it's a good school. And we had a similar situation that Dave had with his son. I had a son that was, I believe it was 3rd grade. They started, you know, oh, he's got this, he's got that. They were labeling him. He's suicidal, he's depressed. We got to medicate him. And we caved. We actually did cave. And this was in a private school. They sent him to a counselor, and they wanted to put him on, I believe it was Ritalin at the time, back then. And it was great for the teachers, because in school he was like a little robot, you know. But we always knew that he thought differently than the rest of the kids. There was something different about, he had this difference, the way he learned. And but he was on it for a very little time, and I came home from work one day and I saw that he had every single coin, I think, in the house laid out on the floor of his bedroom to date. He like by the date, and I was like, what is going on with this kid? He was off the wall, you know, and then he would just go off the wall. Once the medication wore off and we were dealing with him, he was bouncing off the walls, and it was a mess. And I talked to some friends of ours, and they had a similar situation, and they had an old-time doctor that said he needs to burn off energy. And we got him involved in sports. We got him in football and wrestling and track. He ended up being a 3-team captain in high school. He was a state champ wrestler, and he was an honor student, right? With no medication, right? So, you know, don't let him play that game. So even in the private schools, you got to be careful. Make sure you do your research. But I knew Steve through football, and his kids were playing football, and that's how I got involved with this thing. And I went to my parish and asked if we could start a little support group. And so we were holding meetings at the church, and we got attacked bad. You know, where the church was getting hate calls, and it was just awful, where they were fielding these phone calls and everything else. And since I had to actually move it out of there, sadly, but still involved with this group, and because I think it's just something that really needs to be addressed.
Hello, my name is Mark. Merrick, actually. We are new to the town of Ludlow. I think we've been there 5 years, maybe. Once we found out what's going on, we took action, and we pulled the kids out of school last year. We're homeschooling them. But we didn't give up the fight, so we're still still very active in supporting the Ludlow group. We stood up against the school committee and the school system. I think from the pressure that we put on them, we have a non-gender librarian resign, as well as the superintendent. So it's worth it. You got to keep pressure on them, and they'll, you know, like I said, once you turn the light on, they'll scatter like cockroaches because they know they're not doing a good thing, you know. So that's my story.
I'm just going to add that if once you hear Steve and Bonnie's story doesn't inspire you to homeschool, I don't know if anything will.
Now, Merrick, what happened when you started advocating for your kids? You went into school.
Oh yeah, I went to the one day I dropped off my daughter, and I went to the office and I asked principal to go into the library. They wouldn't allow me to go. We were gonna, you know, take the books out to review them because they gave us forms to fill out. If we want to take the book off the shelf in the library, we have a 2-page report that we have to fill out. Bureaucracy, in my opinion. And the committee that's reviewing the books is made of teachers that are for the books. So that's just a waste of time. But they wouldn't let me in. They said there's a policy that they won't let parents into the library. Basically, they said no way. Fast forward, after Bonnie got fired, I called Stacy Monette. She's a principal of the school, of the middle school, and I asked her a question: why did you fire Bonnie Monette? And she started screaming over the phone, stop harassing me, stop harassing me. And she hung up. And she said, oh, I'm calling the police. I said, okay, I mean, you know. So she called the police, and I got served with a trespass notice from the police for a year of just asking her questions. So. Also, they threatened my LTC license. They said if I ever call her again, they might take my license away.
So, when you speak up, these are among the things that happen. You're in a position now where you literally are not supposed to be on the school property, so advocating for your own child is impossible once they're in school custody.
We pulled them out, so I got no reason to go there anymore. I mean, I don't know how would it be if I have to vote in that school. I mean, would that be a problem? Do I have to have an escort to vote there? You know, not sure.
I mean, for a parent that goes in there, it could be real quick turnaround from going in to advocate for your child to them saying, oh, trespass notice, and just not even being able to go into the school district to see what's going on. They are that afraid.
I mean, I still pay taxes in town.
Oh yeah, they always want you to pay taxes, no matter what they cut you out of. The taxes are a given, but they make it very difficult for a parent to even advocate and see what's going on. For me, when they deny you access to things like a library, I mean, I don't know about you, but the red flags go up. You know, what are they hiding? Bonnie, what are some of the things you found in that library?
Okay, so I've been aware that there were things going on in our library for quite a long time. I never really saw them. I teach ancient history. The librarian and I do not see eye to eye as far as managing a classroom. I had one experience teaching with her, and it didn't go well. So I decided I wasn't going to bring my kids to the library, and I started hearing from the ELA department about these books and all of this, and I've heard about the sexual content in them. And finally, in 2019, and I remember seeing posters up, and they were very graphic as far as what they said. And they were along the lines of those John Green books, which he is very bold about saying he could care less about what your parents think about anything reading, what their kids are reading. So I saw that. So I saw these signs. I was in my class one day. We have 2019. The librarian had started this dirt reading, which I think is named correctly. It is dirt. It was directed independent reading time. They were allowed to bring in whatever books they wanted, They could read whatever they wanted, didn't matter. I, as a teacher, could not pass judgment on what they read. So that to me opened up a wide door of an array of things that could be brought into school, and they just pretty much just ignored that concern. Sex is a Funny Word is a book that a boy had in my class. Now, if you haven't read this book, there's actually two other parents that had a local cable access station, and they tried to read it, and they couldn't because it violated the law. I have pictures of it on my computer. It's very graphic. One thing I know that Brian Kemiker wrote in his article about it, and I'll say this one thing here. It talks about the anus and how, it can tingle and all of this. If you're rough with it, it can hurt. And I'm thinking to myself, this is for a 6th grader? No, it's for younger. It's in our elementary school. And not only is this book allowed, and I went to my principal about it. She put her head in her hands. She didn't know what the book was doing there. It's an awful book. I know she didn't agree with it, but she doubled down and she would not remove it. And then that's when it started, and that's when I started to see they're going to come after me because they don't like that I am going to object. I strongly object, and I never took a stance otherwise on it. I wrote that book up, went through the process that Merrick was referring to. I wrote the book up knowing that the whole entire committee were the people that put it there on the shelves. So that whole committee, what did they do? They voted to keep the book on the shelf. So the school committee now wants the parents to keep on writing up books. If you double down on that book, there's no place for these parents to go. It is over for them. This library is no longer a library. I will tell you, I work in a sexually charged environment. Everything we do with these kids are social emotional and has to do with gender, has to do with what your pronoun is. These kids in our school district do not get history class until 6th grade. That's me. Okay? They don't know American history at all. They know about the Vikings. I can tell you how disturbing that is if that's the only thing they know about. Okay, so these children are not knowing about their history. They are easily controlled, and I slowly have been watching their minds and their hearts go to the government, and you guys don't even know it. Because it's not just the school, and it's not just the curriculum. It is your teachers' union. Sorry, they're corrupt, and they're going to do it behind your back, whether your school allows it or not. And I'm making a bold statement by saying that. They're not going to like that I say that, but they're not for you. That they are against you. And when I started seeing all of this happen, that's when I couldn't do it anymore. I am a person of faith. I will not compromise my integrity, who I am, or my Christianity for a job. I will not. And they would hang it over your head because 21 years over. I have a good pension coming, and I no longer have it. Okay? So that's what they bank on, and that's what all these teachers are afraid of. They're afraid of losing what they've worked so hard for. My whole entire life. 2 degrees, 3 teaching licenses. It means nothing today. I'm going to tell all of you to take your kids out of school. Out. There's no saving it. You can't save what's going on right now. You cannot save it. It's multiple levels. I won't get into the mask mandates and the CRT, but all of it is one animal, and it's coming at you. The best thing you can do is pull your kids out. Don't be afraid, and don't tell your kid I didn't do it because I was afraid. Be a champion for your kid, okay?
Just so it's clear, there's not little dribs and drabs of this that are slipping in.
Right.
Go ahead, keep that, because I'm going to be firing right back to you. This stuff has been oozing in for a long time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when we did our interview, you mentioned that your regular classroom flooded, which caused you to have to be up in the library for about a week, which kind of tipped you off as you were around it all of a sudden. But remembering that this is a school library, that you would think that like the largest section in the library would have to do with algebra, maybe science or history or something.
134 LGBTQ books. 134 LGBTQ books in our collection.
And it's now the largest section in your library, isn't it? And this is where their focus is. It clearly shows what they are focused on. I've got an article in a paper here that just came out from the town of South Hadley You mentioned social emotional learning. This is a whole new, another flavor of cultural Marxism.
And I want to say before you read that, that's almost in every school. They're just not telling you.
Huh?
Every school's doing that. They're not telling you.
Oh, right. This year, I mean, it's coming out in the papers every day right now. And when your kids go back to school, if they're in the public school district, the first couple of months, they are not going to learn anything scholastic. They're already talking about getting together and talking about mental health. All right, reacclimating to being around people again. I mean, they're around people when they're home with their parents. Let's not forget that. But they are so scared that these kids, they might have lost that grip they had on them as they reassociated with their own parents. They're petrified. So they're going to spend the first 2 months with this social emotional learning, talking about their feelings. Does mommy ever get mad? Does daddy have a gun? Does anyone ever drink in your house? I can hear all the questions now that go right off the reservation of scholastics and right into cultural Marxism. This is a flavor of that. So your library now, that's the largest section in there. It shows their emphasis. You know, as a teacher, it's one of the questions I asked you when we did the interview, and I'm going to throw it out there again now. What effect have those books had on the kids? You've got the experience of 20 years of teaching, the way the kids acted 20 years ago compared to what's going on in your class in this recent year.
Actually, I'll just refer to what a parent stood up for the mask mandate on Tuesday night school committee meeting. A local police officer who's retired or left on PTSD status, he got up and spoke about the statistics of what's been going on with the kids, the suicides, the depression, all of it. Now, we have an unusual amount of LGBTQ community in our school that completely, as I could see it, went full throttle in a couple of years. How is it that we have 5 kids that went transgender during COVID within a couple months of each other? That's not even possible. This makes no sense. And as Rev Kraft was saying, if you're going to lie, at least make it sound reasonable. This doesn't sound reasonable at all. And none of them, by the way, all of them were told not to tell the parents. Every single one. Those kids are still being called another name, and their parents don't know right now, like Mr. Foot does.
Out of those 5, 2 of them are mine. They didn't do it to just my daughter, they did it to my daughter and my son.
And I had both his kids and his daughter in class. So it's, to me, I can see it. It is creating the environment to produce the effect. They have created the environment through literature, by the way. And your American Library Association is just as corrupt. They are approving this, and they're giving awards for these books. There's a book that's called As a Crow Flies, as a parent got up on Tuesday to speak about. It's about a gay black person that entered their worst nightmare, this girl, because she went to an all-white Christian backpack camp. So they made that a horrifying, terrifying experience that we're the enemy. And that's racism in itself. And that's what the parent brought up. We do have a strong group of parents that are speaking up. And I just want to go back a little bit. Before they fired me for talking to Mr. Foot here, the parent not lying to him, they charged me with sexual harassment of the librarian for writing up a report about the books that 20 teachers signed, but I was the only one that got charged with the harassment. So just so you know, MFI, great organization, Andrew Beckwith came with me because my union failed to represent me. Once again, twice they did that. And twice they try to justify their lies. And they are doing that. They're trying to justify their lies. The teachers are told that their license are covered by DESE. What they've done to him is against the law. It does not go under DESE guidelines whatsoever. It's for kids that are 14. Middle school does not apply. And the parent involvement is always there. But they try to use that, and they will railroad you. They will completely railroad you if you don't know. They look to take over. So before that happened, they charged me with sexual harassment. And specifically, it's like hate crimes. I don't hate gay people, I just hate lesbians. That's what they told me. So I just thought that was interesting. So I went through that process, and then COVID hit, and they still didn't complete the investigation. So I taught remotely all last year, not a word about it. All of a sudden, now I'm getting fired. They did not cite that reason in my firing, that for the books, any of that. So they just came after me slowly. I have to be careful what else I say here, because I do have an attorney, and I am filing a lawsuit against them, as well as Mr. Foote. But so there's certain things I can't get into, but the devil is in the details of this. All I can tell you is take your kids. You guys, they're going to harm your kids more than you think you are. Okay? If you think you're not going to be a good homeschool teacher, they're going to do worse to your kids. I'm sorry I have to say that. I love teaching. I still do. It's just not in the public school.
Another way that they're going after your kids with all this stuff as well is pushing it through their Chromebooks or school computers. They look at their recommendations that they get from YouTube from the school. The stuff that was coming into my daughter's computer is absolutely sickening. They're pushing it with the books in the library. They're pushing it all over the place. Once we found out about it and we started going after the school about it, it got even worse. I went and sat down. After the principal refused to speak with me, I said, okay, well, I'm going to go speak to the superintendent then. I went and sat down with the superintendent, and Brian Kemiker from Mass Resistance came with me. Because at that point, I was like, you know what, I need some backup. I can't go at this alone. I had him come with me, and the principal was there as well as their legal compliance officer. Or no, sorry, the superintendent and the legal compliance officer. Basically, the only thing they had to tell us was, we know what's best for your kids. We know better than you do, and we're going to do what we want, no matter what you say, and there's nothing you can do to stop us. That's a scary thought, that you don't get to raise your kids the way you want to raise them. We went after the books. We went after all this stuff with my kids. It just doesn't stop. The school committee's the same way. We saw it last week when we went in front of the school committee with the whole mask thing, and it was, we know what's best for your kids, and no matter what you say, we're going to do what you want anyway.
That arrogance is very common, I've got to say, and for information purposes, we mentioned the unions, the MTA, the Massachusetts Teachers Association. I came to an understanding recently with this, is I just assumed, and we know we shouldn't assume things, well I did, I assumed they were a 501c3, a nonprofit informational charity, all right? Well, they're a 501c5, an agricultural and horticultural nonprofit, to include labor. Because you see, back in the day, we used to have greenhouses and curriculums at our high schools. We had extension services at all the universities. You know, this nation was founded first by farmers. We're a very agricultural heavy economy at one point. Well, the MTA, they're glorified. I got to be careful what I say about them. I'm going to wind myself up in court too. but basically, money launderers for the unions. I mean, the executives, millions of dollars their administrators get. The unions, millions of dollars, and they throw a few freaking crumbs back at you for your kids. And they come in as social engineering. What crumbs you get are going to be to socially engineer your kids the way they want. I don't now and never will look at the MTA with 1 ounce of respect or credibility, as they are not there for your kids. They, in fact, are a threat to them as far as I'm concerned. I've not seen them do a darn thing for you teachers, other than treat you aggressively. Know your surroundings. All right, they're not a 501c3, they're a 501c5. They are not just your average informational charity. They are money launderers, and we've got to break that's another connection we've got to break. They're not in there to enhance the curriculum, for your kid to blossom It is a part of what I talked about with that cookie cutter, is everything that they do is to try to put your child in the mold. And of course, keep themselves going. It's criminal, the salaries those people get.
The ALA, the American Library Association, isn't any better either. When we started doing the fight against all the books in the school, they came out and talked against the parents saying the same thing. You can't go pulling books out of schools, this, that, and the other thing, but yet the books are so pornographic, kids are playing with themselves in school because they're so bad.
Was that something you mentioned, that this is a change that you saw in recent years?
Yeah, I've been watching the students get more and more sexualized, and the social emotional curriculum has just kind of tied these kids into a knot that everything's about feelings, how you feel, how this person feels, and that you're responsible for how other people feel. Your actions are part of how they feel, which is ridiculous. There's no personal responsibility whatsoever. And it's hard. I would tell you, if you have a Christian child in school, they probably are not doing well. They're probably struggling. They're probably having emotional problems. I didn't like public school, and now I know why as an adult. I wish my parents homeschooled me because I just didn't fit in that place. I didn't think like the others. And your kids aren't thinking like them, but they're trying to fit in. And what's going to happen eventually is they're going to get overwhelmed by it. They're going to get, like I was in the school. You're completely surrounded with a certain mindset, and nobody thinks like you. You really feel alone. I felt very alone when I started this and doing it, and I just thought, I'm just going to lose my job and nobody's going to care. I met and this is God, this is faith, has put me across the most incredible people, incredible parents. Merrick was the first parent that contacted me for showing a PragerU video in my class, which apparently is very odd. But I remember him contacting me, and he started asking me the questions, and I was like, yes, yes. And that's when I realized, okay, I have a brother in Christ here, and now I can move. And believe it or not, that gave me the courage. You gave me the courage. And I never said it out loud until just right now in his face. He gave me the courage. Because of his family, his kids, it was worth it. And I knew there were others, and I said, there's got to be others out there that are just sitting there quietly at home going, what's going on? I wish more teachers would speak up. They all know what's happening. A lot of them would like to stand up, but Rev Kraft said it, they don't want to lose their income. What am I going to do? Insurance. I have severe health issues, severe. And they took away my health insurance. This is all a big, huge deal right now with the attorneys in the school. And I don't even know if they really realized how hard they came at me for I've been there for 21 years. I never had a letter in my file. I never got pulled in the office. Never had a problem with a parent. Never had a parent complain. Out of 21 years, one thing, they should at least give me an opportunity for a warning or something. They shut me out of the computer system. Actually, I'll say this. I fasted for 3 days. I prayed for the superintendent and the librarian that she would turn from her ways. After 3 days of fasting, I was put on administrative leave. I started laughing. I was like, oh, you're funny. So, and that's what I think was funny about when he said my classroom flooded. When I reported the books and they were coming after me, they moved me from my class, put all my stuff up in the library. You put me in front of the librarian in the library after I complained about these books. Great, now I can find more. And that's what I did, and I reported more books. When I went to the superintendent's office and reported the books, they moved me from the library the next day. So they know what they're doing. They are covering their lies. And by the way, they told teachers to, well, you can call them by another name. We'll just say it's like a nickname. So calling Brenda, all right. When they start calling his daughter a man's name, without his, when they start calling a girl a man's name without their parents' permission, they are transitioning a kid. It is not a nickname. Giving somebody another gender name is not a nickname. But the teachers feel comfortable because they were told that that's okay. So having your own mind, thinking for yourself, standing for what's right and standing on the truth. And by the way, standing on the truth is easy. I have no problem coming up here and talking to Dave, having a talk with anyone, because it's the truth. There's no lies involved, because when you lie, you have to lie again, and then you have to remember your lies. There is no lying going on here. This is all truth, and it makes it easy. And I don't know what they're going to do, but because all they've done is lie. So, go ahead.
So, just to show you where their mindset is, in one of the teachers' meetings, something was said about me as a father. And it was between teachers. And one of the teachers said, well, I know who Mr. Foote is. We know him from the school committee meetings about the books. He's a very, very large and intimidating man, and he scares me. So one of the other teachers decided to send something to my house. This was addressed to my daughter, but the name on the front of it says Raymond, which is the name that they let her change her name to in school. Sent it to my house. Inside was a $10 Amazon gift card that says, congratulations, Raymond. And a letter from her science teacher that says, Raymond, congratulations, with a smiley face, Miss So-and-so. And then it looks like she may have lost her Sharpie because she wrote on a different pen, Earth Day bumper sticker winner, as it was, this isn't what we're really congratulating you about, but we're gonna cover our ass. Sent to my house. When I tell you, you all saw me when I just stood up. I'm a large man. I called Bonnie the second it showed up at my house. And I was sitting outside the front of the school committee building because I was gonna go in there and I was gonna rip someone's head off. Thank God for Bonnie that I didn't. That's what they're trying to get me to do so they can use it against us. Pull your kids out of the schools before this happens to you. Because I can't tell you the amount of heartbreak that I'm going through with all of them.
Well, we're fixing this and undoing this is going to take some time. Your kids are kind of in the middle of this right now. But when you and I talked, when we did our interview, you said you noticed that these tensions and these problems and confusion gender-wise began to subside when summer vacation, COVID hit,
Summer vacation,
separation from the school district, and they started.
Well, no, during all the COVID stuff is when a lot of this was going on with them working on the kids. Once school vacation started for the summer, my kids started returning back to the happy kids that I know. Mm-hmm. My kids stopped talking about this stuff. You know, before school got out, my daughter would come to me and say, well, why don't you agree with what I want to be and who I want to be? And I said, Brenda, you can be whoever you want to be. You don't have to change your name or your identity to do that. Just be you. Just be Brenna, was what I told her. And she's like, well, that's why everyone told me you wouldn't understand. The school is telling her daughter, don't talk to your parents because they're not going to understand what you're going through.
And the books tell them.
Everything that they do is coached. My daughter was coached by the librarian. She was coached by the guidance counselors. The email that was sent out to all the teachers saying, Brenna wishes to be called Raymond now. So if you're speaking to her in school, call her Raymond. But if you're addressing her parents, use her name Brenna. Basically, don't tell your parents what's going on with their own child.
I don't know if I want to say anything right now. That type of stuff really ticks me off, something awful. You've been involved with the kids directly through sports for a number of years. Is this gender stuff, does that come up? Is that something you even care about?
Not in sports. We do teach religious ed. Both my wife and I, we teach religious ed from middle school through high school. And is it on? Is it on? Yeah, it's on. We did notice, we spend most of the semester unteaching what they are taught in public schools. We have a Catholic school that is attached to our church. They don't come to us because they are taught in their school, so we get the public school kids. And so we usually spend most of the semester unteaching what they learn. And I'm no religious scholar or Bible scholar. Maybe Preacher Kraft can help me out here, but I can find thousands of verses of all this stuff being sin, and I have not found one where Jesus forgives the sin. He forgives the sinner, right? So, you know, they talk about tolerance and diversity and all these fancy words, which is great for the sinner, but not for the sin, right? We gotta kind of, there's a line there we gotta follow, right? So, but we do see that in our teaching, you know, and and it's hard because we just notice the kids are confused, they're angry. Anything outside of what they are taught in school turns into you just don't understand, or you're old, you know, and you know they know more than we do, you know, which is really funny, you know.
Some
but
of the same things that my daughter said to me the same when we were having all the conversations with her. It's the stuff that they're pushing into their heads and making them think.
And this is a huge thing because I've been kind of following this as Bonnie, and you just look at programming in mainstream programming. Any show that is meant for children, the parents are made to look like idiots, and it's the kids that are all the smart ones, right? Where if you go back to old people like us, when you had, you know, shows that taught actual family values, it was different, you know. And when they break apart the family, we're doomed. We are doomed when they can tear apart the family, and that's why I'm involved. And you know, I'll take whatever they bring to me. I don't care.
Something as simple as the math curriculum has done that, and it's meaningful.
Yes.
So they meant to do that. All of you who have kids at home, you're like, I can't teach them the math anymore. It's different than I went to school. It's not different. They've disconnected you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this is
never even thought of that.
disaster for the kids. Disaster.
Yeah, never even thought of that.
Wow. So, you know, I've talked to a number of parents, though, and it's why I asked the question I did with you, you know, is it an issue? Because I keep hearing from parents, and I say, is this gender stuff, is that bothering the kids? Are they talking about it? And almost every time they don't care. They really want to go out, climb trees, and ride bikes, and play baseball, and kid stuff. This is being planted. It is. And let's face it, these young people, I said it earlier, their minds are like little sponges. You can convince a child the moon is made of green cheese. So you can convince someone's son that he might be a woman. All right? They're impressionable, and kids, God bless them, but they trust sometimes too much in the wrong adults in their life. Mm-hmm. And they're surrounded 6-7 hours a day by people who have lost focus on scholastics. Now, you might be, you know, I mean, think about it. I remember being a little boy. I was blessed to be raised very, very close to my grandparents. And I came out of my grandma's room one day, and I had her makeup all over my face. I was clanking around, busting up her high heel shoes, and oh, for crying out loud. Well, yeah, it didn't go over very good with Grandma. She cleaned me in the room and everything up. But in today's age, had I walked into school and some teacher during this couple weeks of socializing, little circle get-togethers, you know, did you ever, wear your, think of wearing women's clothes? Oh yeah, I wore Grandma's high heels. Oh, well, let's go and maybe we should talk to the counselor. So you maybe explore your gender options there, little fellow. That's what happens when they sit down and have these little social get-togethers.
I can actually take that one step further.
Go for it.
My daughter, Brenna, decided, third grade, I think she was?
Yeah,
third or fourth grade, that she wanted to play football. Full contact boys football. Awesome. Let's do it. I doubled down. I said, I'll even be your coach. She played football. One of the things they said to her when she was going through all this transition stuff, one of the first things they said to her, well, you know, you like playing football, so maybe you're really a boy. So his analogy that he just used, it's not far off. They do it.
And I usually use the analogy like we raised 6 kids, and how many parents, their little boy or little girl comes up to them crawling on the floor and says, look, Mommy, I'm a puppy, or look, Daddy, I'm a puppy, right? Do we go out and buy puppy chow and put them in a kennel in the back? Or do we say, no, you know, you're not, right? But this is what's happening.
We got to be careful. The school might actually do that.
Well, yeah, don't give them any ideas, right? But yeah, and this is essentially what's happening in the school.
You're bringing up a fair point, and that's the sexual deviancy of the adults too, because you've got adults acting like, and if you don't know what this is, a furry. Okay, so we're not far off from the animals. A furry is somebody who likes to dress up like an animal.
Oh, boy.
Interact and things, you know. So I learned that from my niece, by the way. But those kinds of things that were done in the dark have now come out into the light as normal, and everyone's supposed to accept that. And
Right.
I find
We've been desensitized. You know, they desensitize, they groom the gatekeepers, who are us, as well as the children. So it normalizes all this craziness. So.
You know, about 2 years ago, I got involved with another group that was helping kids that were being abused by predators. And I learned quite a few odd little things that were going on at the time, and how, you know, the predator mind works. And I made an immediate connection. I set up it's called Google Alerts. I don't know if anyone's familiar with it. You can set up a phrase, and it's like doing a search in a search engine, and it'll send you emails at the end of the day. You know, whatever it is that you put in there. Well, I typed in Massachusetts child rape, Massachusetts sex offender. And I'm not kidding you, for the 2 or 3 years that I've been doing this, there's never been a day where I didn't get email. Last week, 2 school officials convicted pedophiles in Massachusetts. Okay, there are real, actual predators associated with the intellectual perversions that were being discussed up here. There's real bad people that are attracted to this type of thing like a moth to a flame. The group that I started working with, oddly enough, was a group of bikers, so that when a child is brave enough to come forward and say that they've been sexually abused, they don't go into a courtroom anymore where the predator just stares them down. They go into a courtroom and they peek over their shoulder at a wall of meat and leather around these kids. Okay? What they do is they sexualize the kids in the schools with this type of crap. And when the kids go out into the real world, maybe an industrious young person is going off to mow someone's lawn, or maybe shovel some snow in the winter, or maybe invited over to someone's house to rake leaves, possibly. You have no idea. One of the things, if you're a parent out there, there's a sex offender registry list. Go and look in your town, type your town's name, hit the search button, and up is going to pop a map with little red bubbles of where all of the predators, the registered predators, the unregistered predators are still out there. We don't know where they are. But as Bonnie will explain to you, one of the books that you pulled out from one of your kids that was in your class, he was doing something kind of odd when she snapped that book up and saw what was in it. Now, I can tell you, this other group of bikers that I work with is we're trying to strengthen and make brave these young people to stand up and go after the person that abused them. I can tell you over and over again, defense lawyers tear these poor kids up. You asked for it, you were acting promiscuous, you were acting sexually. Well, I can tell you, and Bonnie will tell you, I can see where that's going to happen in the future, because what's going on now is the ramifications of bad policy a decade ago. If this stuff is allowed to exist and continue, you will never see a pedophile convicted again. They will molest these kids, they will tear these kids apart in the court of law, and the pedophile is going to get probation. I'm telling you, we're seeing it already starting to happen. This is bad news. All right, they're predisposed to real, actual predators in your community. And we haven't even had the chance to talk about, and it's going to be difficult to have this discussion because they will not do the research on what happens to a child as they go through adolescence, get into young adulthood, and realize that, man, this might have been a fad. Where were all the adults in my life that let me do that, that encouraged me to do that? How many suicides is this going to translate into? They will not do the work, the studies, because they know what's going to come back. That's what I think.
I've got a story that leads right into that, and we have a very close family friend. I don't want to mention any. It's okay to tell the story, but I don't want to put names out there. But her dad and mom the father was quite a bit older than the mom, and he developed dementia and Alzheimer's while the child was probably, I don't know, young teen maybe. And so he couldn't work anymore. Mom had to go and, be the breadwinner. And the daughter basically became the babysitter of the dad. Eventually the dad ended up in a nursing home and passed away. And during this time, in her puberty years and teen years, I think she was 16 years old, she obviously was depressed, and this is prime for grooming, right? Got involved with a group that was all about this transgenderism and everything else, and she started questioning and wants to change her name, right? And in this school district, they actually did the right thing because they contacted the mom. And they contacted the mom, and she stood firm. She said, I'm going to support my child whatever she wants. If she wants to change her name in school, I'm okay with that. If she wants to go to school dressed like a boy, I'm okay with that. But by no means is she going to be taking any kind of drugs or any kind of surgery. If she's 18 years old and she decides that's still the route she wants to go, then it's on her and it's not on me. She did a lot of praying, a lot of crying. She did not agree with it. But as time went on, she did end up going that route. Double mastectomy, went on testosterone, changed her name, went on to college, became an EMT, and got a job and met a boy. So now the boy knows the whole story, actually loved this person before that she already stopped the testosterone, I believe. But the boy loved the person she was, right? The soul, not the gender or the sexuality or whatever it is. They are now engaged. They're going to be married, I believe, next year. She wants to have kids. She's praying to God that she didn't do too much damage to herself already. She can never breastfeed a child and now here's the mom that is putting these Band-Aids on her daughter, right? And trying to raise money to have reconstructive surgery and all this other stuff. Who knew what was right for the kid? The mom knew that what was going on in her life and the things that were happening, right? Where's the school now? Where's the school and the counselors and all the stuff and all the people that were pushing that now? And you talk to the daughter now and she says, at 18, there was no way I was prepared to make that decision. So how many are going to be like that in the future?
Well, this is a mess. I think we could probably spend 2 hours fully describing everything that happened to you folks. I've had the, I don't know if you can call it a privilege, but for the last year I knew this was bubbling beneath the surface. And I've been trying to encourage Bonnie, the other parents, to stand up and know that I'd be with them. And more than ever, the community, the people in this room, we need to stand with, not just behind and, oh, hey, good luck up there, you know, hope you survive. We got to stand with any parent, any teacher who is willing to come forward and shine the light on some of this nastiness. What will help fix this situation is the bright, sanitizing light of day. As I'm convinced, I still, as disgusted I am in this modern world and the directions that it's taken, I do have some faith in the collective wisdom and common sense of most people. I mean, when presented with the facts, raw facts, they don't have to be embellished, window dressing from the prostitutes, just raw facts, give them to the parents, let them look at the matter as it is and make a decision for their children, because parents will not, in most cases, put their children in harm's way if they know better. So this is really about the ability to expose and get information out there for open discussion. Now, I mean, if any of you play on social media, we know how difficult it is to talk about the issues of the day. I hope social media implodes. It was kind of neat, nice idea. It was supposed to be a free exchange of thoughts, but it hasn't. It has turned into something that I have convinced myself is dangerous to our republic, to this country. All right, because minds are being changed and influenced by what we see in the news, by what's allowed and not allowed in social media. So we've got to support the parents when they stand every single time. All of you for coming here today, I want to thank you, as this was a big step a year ago. This is I couldn't imagine you guys up here, but this nucleus, this start, is going to bring others out, and you all can lay your head on the pillow at night knowing that the work that you're doing is going to help kids and prevent them from being victims. That I know. That I know.
I will say, it's not a walk in the park. I mean, I'm getting like the old-fashioned town shaming. That's what I feel like. You walk around, everybody's staring at you, everybody knows it's you, you're the one that's fired. Oddly enough, because I'm not on social media, I think that's saving me right now, because I do see what they're going through, and they are threatening. They threatened the restaurant where the pastor lets us meet. They'll threatened when we went to have the constitutional symposium in Long Meadow. They threatened us there. Who else? They threatened the pastor
Church,
at
my
the
church.
St. Elizabeth's.
I've had parents tell me I've had other people in town tell me, oh, I'd hate to be one of Steve's Foot's kids. Because I'm such a horrible father.
And I put kids in danger because their parents might kick them out of the house. So it's all this fear. Sorry.
That's all they got. They don't have an intellectual argument. And I know myself, when they lead out with some sort of a character assassination, and this is almost always what they do, it's fear and emotion, and then attack. It's not an intellectual argument that we're hearing, which tells me that they're on the wrong path. You've got to be able to defend what you do. Yeah.
It keeps this group together.
Yeah. And this isn't the whole group either.
No.
I think there were 20 or so people the first time I got invited in there. It's growing, and it's because we're talking it up right here. This is in your school and in your district too. There's a whole machine. We could spend 2-3 hours going through all of the bureaucrats that are involved that have they spend hours, they spend big money developing material to push that into our communities in a very calculated way. So
We just happen to have peeled the Band-Aid off in our school district and found it.
Yeah.
It's happening in yours too.
Took 'em
You
by
just gotta
surprise.
find it.
We started this before COVID. It was during COVID that we started seeing the Loudoun County, and I'm watching Loudoun County. I said, that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, now I've tried to bring up, and I encourage you folks later, come over and talk to Bonnie. She's got some of the material, the actual material, the books, over here to show you. I've stood up at my selectmen's meeting before just to make them squirm. And I say, oh, you know, because they got new and old business where you get to pop in once in a while and, you know, complain or whatever. And I'd like to talk a little bit about one minor aspect of our school's curriculum, that being the sex ed curriculum. Specifically, I was hoping to get your opinion on fisting and group masturbation. Oh, Mr. Kopaz, I don't know if this is a proper venue for that. And I said, well, my goodness, they're teaching it to our kids. If we can't sit in a room full of adults and talk about that, why would you foist it on young minds? Please tell me.
The books we have in our school system, if I were to go stand out on that street corner right now and start reading them to a group of children, I'd be arrested and labeled a sex offender for the rest of my life.
And I was told that too. For even having some of that material outside of school is child pornography. And I'm not kidding and being snarky. This is the stuff, the material is that bad. So this is a tip of the iceberg. I want to thank all 4 of you for being brave and coming up here. Stick with the story. This is only the beginning in Ludlow. I'm probably going to be putting an all call out to come and stand with, shoulder to shoulder with these parents and teachers. They need the moral support, and the town needs to see it. They're not alone in this, and they're coming after you too. And I'm sure when you lift the right rock in your town, and you find a viper underneath there, get a hold of us. I know I'll be out.
I'd be more than happy to come stand with anybody at their school committee as well after going through this. It's not just about my kids, it's about all the kids. But if you want some more information as to what actually happened in Ludlow, there's a great set of articles put out by Mass Resistance that outlines everything that happened with both Bonnie, myself, and everything else that's happened in our school. The stuff with our school committee and everything. It's very eye-opening.
Is there any final comments, a plea to the people that you'd like to make? Or?
She had a question.
Okay, so I wouldn't be able to say that here, but yes, they are, just what you described, it's specific people that want to promote this, and we have stopped that, and we are putting it into the light, and they want to keep it in the dark. I will say, so there's that group. They're a small group. I would say in our community, now I grew up in Ludlow 40 years. I grew up in this town where I teach, where they fired me. I mean, my colleagues I've known since I was a kid. They're just staring at you like, they're paralyzed, okay? I had a friend call me up, I don't know what to do. I don't want my kid this, but I don't know what to do. I don't want people to hate me. They're more afraid of what people think about them than protecting their kid. I have a problem that I don't have children. I'm not married, I don't have children. I have no reason to do this other than this is against God, 100%. And I won't do it, and I won't partake in it. This is awful, absolutely awful.
You know, there's a whole system, you know, from the MTA, I mean, all of the, I call them the new Soviet affectionately, but the bureaucrats, they're not government, none of them were elected, but boy, they dream up these policies that wind up in your school's rule book and policy books. Town bylaws comes from almost every time from these unelected bureaucracies that have no true authority in your town whatsoever, but there's a multi-million-dollar set of agencies that this stuff rains down on. Publishers, book publishers, whose sole focus is that type of stuff.
And they love to tell you you're discriminating based on gender and all this stuff, but they forget that there's religion listed in there too.
Yeah.
And they've just completely, and I think they made a point at the last school committee, I don't know if you want to say that last, but the last school committee meeting, I think I saw the parents, mask, no mask, that whole thing, and the books. I feel like I just watched parents go up there and hold the school committee accountable for how they actually outwardly are attacking the parents. I mean, go on social media and invite people in, LGBTQ, into our meeting to go against the parents, who are the community members.
And
And
they'll
they're
in
using
for
the
it.
kids that they've already trained as activists to come in and do that.
And that was members of the school committee that invited these people to come in and speak against the parents, which totally is against what they're voted in to do, right? They're supposed to be our voice, not the voice of the library association and the superintendent.
Now,
And
the last meeting I was at, you read a letter, they pass off things as law that's not even law.
right, yeah, they follow the they've been hiding behind the DESI guidelines. They're not, or they assume it as law, but it's not law. It is a guideline, right? Those are guidelines, and if they do the right thing and have a spine and do what's right for the kids, they don't have to go by the DESI guidelines. That's all they are.
They only go by the DESI guidelines when it helps them.
Right.
Because the DESI guidelines say that the school committee should be voting as masks should be highly recommended but not required. It should still be the parent's choice. But I guarantee you every single one of your school committees have voted for your kids to go back to school wearing masks.
All they said in here, they regurgitate what DESI said and the CDC and say, well, I don't see where we have any choice. I wish I could be at that meeting. I said, wait a minute. Where in your policy, your enabling documents, are you required to do what they recommend? You are in charge of the safety and the well-being of these kids all on your own. Don't push any of it off on them. Oh, they made me. They absolutely did not. So we've got local school committees who are not autonomously looking out for the best interests in that community. They just gobble up whatever spoon-fed to them from outside. And they just add another layer from what I see. Some real nastiness comes in from these organizations and another layer is put onto it.
I'm going to let him answer that, but I do see a trend.
They're going after kids from broken homes. Mom and dad are divorced. They're going after a kid like my daughter who played football and showed that she was some sort of a tomboy. They're going to go after a boy that may have more of a feminine side and doesn't like going out running around climbing trees. And he'd rather be inside reading a book. Those are the types of things they're doing. They're going to do everything they possibly can to find kids that they can talk into this because they don't have it coming from a solid home family. They don't have mom and dad living together. They're with mom half the time, they're with dad half the time, or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think they're targeting kids because we found out our daughter, when she started sixth school, the librarian was doing videos. She put the kids in front of the camera and she videotaped kids asking what their gender is, what their interests are, like very, very personal questions. So that's how they know who to get to, I guess.
Oh yeah, the videos that he's talking about, they made the kids answer the question of who are you and what do you identify as.
And by the way, the social emotional curriculum is going to do that.
So they were given the option whether you want to answer or not. So most of the kids just kept mum. They didn't answer back. But this is what like my daughter luckily she tells me everything what happens at school. So this is how, and I'm like, why are the teachers asking all these questions to the students? And that too in like 4th or 5th grade. So, and I was horrified looking at her curriculum. Like she's learning about all the drugs like barbiturates and heroin and this and that. And I'm like, we learned it when I was in my med school. I learned about so much details about it. I mean, I find no reason them teaching this curriculum to the kids. And the excuse was given that, because there's a lot of drug abuse going on in the families, kids don't realize. I'm like, there's another way to teach them instead of just teaching so much details about the drugs themselves.
They're training government reporters.
Yeah.
I noticed there was a group out here for opt-out Worcester. It's almost impossible to technically opt out. It's written into the sex ed program to take it out into the streets, right out into the hall. So those parents that think that they can withdraw their kids, opt them out, and just not expose them to that, oh no, the ones that are still in are instructed on how to go out and bring that whole nasty message with them out to the halls, out to the ball field, wherever they meet. So and we've seen this in other cases where opting out really isn't opting out. The vaccine, if you make the mistake of sending your kid to school, I don't care how many letters you sent in saying we're opting out of vaccination, I call them up, don't you dare vaccinate my kid. But if you make the mistake of putting them on the bus, sending them to school on shot day, we're seeing now in other states, that's tacit consent to vaccinate your child. And in other states, if they're 12 years old, the school district people will come in and say, are you sure you don't want one of those shots? You got a $25 gift card to McDonald's if you do, and then it's up to the kids. Yep, it's really happening. You know what? We're running.
Foresee coming with this COVID vaccine and how, what's the plan to navigate through this? Because we can escape some of this for a while, for a few years, but I feel like this is something that's going to be lurking in the future.
I feel like your answer is for Rev Craft because it's all spiritual. This is biblical what's happening. I don't have an answer other than it's spiritual. It's a spiritual battle and it's unknown. Just prepare yourself spiritually for it. I'm not sure I'm not vaccinated. I haven't worn a mask, the whole mask mandate. I worked remotely. I have a medical condition. I can't wear one. I almost gotten tackled in the grocery store one day. I don't know where there's room for me in the future. I have the same thing going on, along with my siblings who might lose their jobs because of the vaccinations. So I think that is something that everybody's facing, but for some reason there's more of us, I think, than they're saying. And I think if we stood up, there are more of us. And that's what I'm finding with this. There are definitely more of us. They just like to make you think you're the minority. And that's part of the control. So I don't have any answer other than
let me add something.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. My older son just went to a technical community college, and quite honestly, they actually never asked me for his immunization records. Currently, in Massachusetts, we still have a religious exemption. They're trying to work on getting that for COVID, yes, for all of them. But Massachusetts the community colleges right now aren't. But if you're looking longer term, there are going to be other options for learning because the colleges don't do what they should be doing to prepare anybody for anything anyways. So it's going to look a lot different by the time the young ones are older.
Let me say something if I can. Is that all right? I'm going to say something. I don't know any of you. But what I do know is last year, when the government tried shutting down our church, it wasn't just Baptists who came out and stood beside me and behind me. It was people like you. So what we need to have is a revolution. What we need to have is a revolution of people who call themselves believers to stand up and resist the power that be in a polite, kind, godly, and forceful way. It was in Lexington, Massachusetts that we heard a soldier say, "If they mean to have war, let them fire the first shot, and when they do, we will return the shots." They've fired the shots. It's time that we stand up collectively and say, it's not going to happen. And how do you do that? It takes someone standing up in a community, in a town, as a teacher, as a dad, as a guy who says, I don't know much about anything, I'm just a logger, but I'm going to do something, amen? It takes people standing up and saying, we're going to do something. We may not agree on everything, but we agree that we have a right to disagree, and we have a right to reject their narrative. So what do? You stand. And you let your voice be heard. Because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. There will be people, just like there was for us, that will come out of the woodworks. That first Sunday that I stood and there was helicopters flying overhead, there was mounted police walking down, riding the horses down in front of our church. And I'm at the front of my church and it's exactly 11 o'clock. And I look inside and the church is empty. And I said, God, why did you have me stand for an empty church? And then I looked up the hills and I looked down the hills and I saw people coming from all kinds of directions. Because what happened is the government started to block the highways, started to block the streets, started to send their undercover cops so you couldn't see. But these people came anyways and they said, we're behind you. So you know what? The government's coming. They don't like what we're doing. They don't like that we're standing up. They don't like we're resisting. But if you know the Bible, this is what's going to happen anyways. This is what's going to happen. So now's the time to stand for righteousness. Now's the time to stand and be bold. Why? Your kids and grandkids will never see the America that you saw if you don't stand now. They're taking it in our school system. They're taking it every which way they came. Now, if you want to know where this really began, go all the way back to Adam and Eve. But if you want to know realistically where it happened since 2004, what happened in 2004? How many of you know what happened in 2004? Hey, we got this amazing thing called the iPhone. iPhone comes out 2004. It should be no surprise that after that, Google buys Yahoo, and all these social media things start to come. It used to be parents raise their kids. You remember that? Parents raise the kids. Guess what we have now? We have social media raising the kids. Social media is constantly programming that your kid's a boy or it's a girl, it's a boy, or you don't know what you are. You realize that 27% of teenagers in California right now identify as non-binary. That's coming. That's coming. So what do? We take a stand. We say it's not going to happen on my watch. We kindly, gently, politely tell them it's not going to happen. And we continue to get louder and louder and louder, and we draw a crowd. What does it take? It takes angry, where's Mama Bear? Mama Bear right there, I saw the shirt, Mama Bear? Yeah, it takes angry Mama Bears and angry Papa Bears saying it's not gonna happen. How do you do it? You stand. See, I don't know what to do. I didn't know what to do, but I know when you know what to do is righteous, you stand and God brings the reinforcements. When I got the death threats, God brought the militia. When I got the criminal charges, God brought me a criminal defense attorney. When I got the federal charges, God brought me federal attorneys. God brought atheist attorney from California to call me and say, I'll represent you for standing. God will bring the resources. All he wants is to see you as a believer stand tall and stand strong and say, God, I'm standing for you and I'm standing for the children.
that I would have said. Before we wrap up, is there any remaining questions? Is there anyone who's skeptical? Any questions you have at all? I want to actually stay here and answer everyone if there is any. Yes, ma'am. Oh, the sex ed books, you mean?
Speak, shout, what was the one with the girl, Perfect Chemistry, that was more adult. Kiss number 8, oh, that one was hates Christians. This is when they sexualize Jesus in this book, Kiss 8. Some of them are graphic novels, like the Shout book, Shout or Speak? I'm trying to remember the cover, Speak. They have it in a graphic novel form, and there's 2 rape scenes in it, and I will refuse to look at the graphic novel. It's horrifying. I've cried several times. I have not. I'm sitting here, what? You can't hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and some of them don't go with the sex ed curriculum. They're just for your enjoyment. I mean, 2 boys kissing. It's a kissing contest with 2 boys. There's not really much to the book other than that's it. So I'm not really sure there's any other point besides that.
Yeah, and I would remind folks too, it was brought up earlier, the Mary Siegler in Massachusetts Informed Parents, amazing amount of work that people have done. Their files section on their Facebook page is huge. Please go by and check that out. Yeah, Massachusetts Informed Parents. It's a Facebook group, and they've been out there for a couple of years doing wonderful research. Yes, ma'am?
You want to go on this? Sure. How do I use it? It just speaks. Okay. So I'm hiding in plain sight working for the state. I'm a manager for a state agency. And you guys have all heard about the governor's decree that all state employees need to get vaccinated by October 17th. Well, I want you all to know that that is not just it. What it is this is an electronic surveillance, track and trace application database that all employees are being told they must participate in. And that includes those rare occasions for those few people that are expected to have an acceptable religious exemption. So basically, you're being told you need to log yourself in so that they can start tracking you. Now, the state employees in the Commonwealth, by and large, and trust me, I've worked here for 14 years. I know the people that I work with. Most of them rushed right out to get the vaccine. So there is not a shortage of people that are willing. So what is this all about? People need to be paying attention and asking questions. This is a pilot. This is a pilot to see how the compliant citizenry for the state agency in Massachusetts, which is a heavily liberal state, are going to go along with this crap, and then it will continue rolling further. It's starting with state employees. The next will be all providers that do business with the Commonwealth, followed by the schools. And then after that, it's the rest of us. So people need to wake up to what's going on and start speaking up. I was told in a meeting with the commissioner on Thursday that the night before, the officials of the state had had a meeting with the union representatives, so all the unions across Massachusetts, they were told this was happening. Yeah. They were not asked, what do you think? Do you want to vote? They were told. Again, that speaks to there being a concerted push from somewhere, and they're all bowing down to it. So this is a serious issue.
This coming from the international community, it started with Charlie Baker. He ushered in not only to the state of Massachusetts, but the whole country is dealing with contact tracing.
Yes, he brought that in last year. That was phase 1. We are now on phase 2 for this pilot. So be chilled and speak up. This is a serious, it's an assault. And number 2, I want you all to know because I work for the Department of Children and Families. Again, I'm hiding in plain sight. And when I received evidence that once this so-called vaccine was approved for children age 16, well, guess what? DCF has decreed that this is routine medical treatment. Since when is experimental medical treatment considered routine and expected that everyone that is within the department's, whatever, a prisoner of the department, it's expected that they all get it because it's routine. And so now there's an even bigger push because, from what I understand, 12-year-olds can now get it. We need to get every child that is, within the department vaccinated. This is a crime against humanity. When I saw the evidence, I want you to know there are people who do things. I submitted it to America's Frontline Doctors so that I could be a part of the federal lawsuit that's being pushed through right now, which is challenging the whole emergency thing. I will not participate in this database. I have an ironclad religious exemption, but I'll be damned, excuse me, Father and God. However, I am not going to put my name in any track and trace surveillance application, and if they fire me, they fire me. I'll deal with it. But the bottom line is we all have to stand up. We can't be scared about our jobs and about our pensions and about all this shit. We need to speak up. We need to stand firm because, yeah, they're coming for our kids. They have been for a long time.
We're civil disobedience. We haven't all got the, we're not at peace with that. If there's going to be a solution and we're going to right the ship, and this has been the case in any nation who has had reformative action from the grassroots level, it started and rooted in civil disobedience. And that doesn't mean violence. By virtue of its name, it's civil. It's supposed to be nonviolent. But it is an absolute commitment to not consent and not comply. All right? Do not comply. It's like people, what do I do? What do I do? They're mandating a shot. And I said, you make them fire you. Quitting, we can never, I'm purging that word from my vocabulary, is there's no such thing as quitting. I'm going to make you fire me. They did that with me. I've been fired. I've been fired twice because of a mask, believe it or not. When I was 21 years old, I was spraying herbicide for Asplin, and I took my bandana out and put a mask on, and my general foreman from New Hampshire came down and said, get that thing off. The people are going to think there's something wrong with it. And I said, well, there is. And he says, you've got a choice. Take it off or find a new job. So I drove his company truck home and told him he could pick it up there. The second time was back in April. I was asked to go out as a department head in my town. I've been with conservation for 17 years. 13 of those years as a department head. Like Bonnie, I somehow stayed out of trouble and have no blemishes on my record, but yet I refused to wear a mask when I went out to a 100+ acre forested lot to walk that lot for a large-scale solar project. And I told DEP, I said, I'm exercising my exemption on this one. You want 6 feet, I'll give you 60. But I'm not wearing a mask and hiking across 100 acres. And I've been fired for it too, so I'm just one of them. But we have all, now to the nurses right now, they're the tip of the spear. Nurses, teachers, law enforcement, if they say there's no way you're going to mandate me to get an injection and risk my life and health, and make them fire them. Don't quit. Make them fire them, because one, you'll at least maybe be able to get unemployment to get by. Two, they've set themselves up for one heck of a lawsuit. So don't quit. Make them fire you and stick to what you know is right. I mean, once you've resolved in your heart what's right and wrong for your own self and your own autonomy, and especially for your children, fear not and yield nothing. There's certain things in our lives that there's no bargaining on, and that damn well better be one of them.
Hey, let's remember we're in church. I know everybody's passionate, but this is my house. This is God's house. All right, so let's keep the language to a holiness. All right? Thank you.
I wasn't going to swear. So a few things. First of all, I just wanted to mention that there's a network in Massachusetts growing every day. We're, I think, about 1,400 people now and growing every day. It's basically called MassachusettsStandsUp.org is the website. And basically the idea is to build communities based on just one issue, medical freedom. Obviously, you meet people, you make friends, you spin off, you have a book club if you want to, you have an election fraud group if you want to, right? Whatever it is that you do outside of MAFA, which is Make America Great Again, is, completely, right? It's encouraged, it's great. But the idea is to have a weekly offline human interaction in your community. You don't have to travel an hour, right? You just literally, bike or walk or drive a little distance, and you meet with people and you talk about what's going on, and you organize and you support each other and you do whatever it is that is a burning issue in your life, right? And you get help. So I think that model is one of those things that I'm hoping will have a really long sort of lifespan, because I think a lot of times people come together and when the issue is resolved more or less and people are exhausted and it kind of they kind of go separate ways. But I think this medical freedom issue, I don't think it's going anywhere, because it's such a globalist, completely overarching theme to make people into basically inventory items. They literally want to inventorize the world, right, the humanity. So we got to figure out how to, build sort of a parallel reality where we have our farmers, right, people on the same side of things, where we're the keepers of natural life, basically. That's something that Alison McDowell brings up a lot, who has done tremendous research on, the Internet of Things and where they're going with this. The central bank digital currency that they're trying to convert everybody into, basically to have, because that's what vaccine passports are about, right? As soon as you get over the threshold to get the vaccine passport, they pin your finances onto it, right? So now they can control everything you do, right? So now if they tell you not to travel because we have a climate crisis lockdown, right, or whatever the next lockdown they're planning, they're going to say, don't leave your house. Don't live 5 miles, beyond your sort of radius. And if you do, your credit card doesn't work, right, or something else. So basically, it's a really overarching globalist plan, right, that we're dealing with. And vaccine passport is just a nice, cute, or vaccination and vaccine passport is just a cute little, excuse, right, to put everybody's attention on something that, you can't escape it, right? It's everywhere. It's the virus, right? So anyway, my point is, I think it would be really fantastic if, out of 7 million people, if we could get, half of us, right, basically on this network, and people meeting offline and knowing each other and growing this network, maybe we could do some real damage to this globalist plan. Secondly, there's certain ideas that Pam Popper, who founded this group out of Ohio, she's trying to basically rebuild healthcare system, right? And we're going to need it, because they're literally trying to robotize healthcare. They have the silicon nurse, David Hansen, I forget the company's name, Hansen something technologies. They already have, silicon nurse that's going to be attending to your needs. I'm not ready for it personally. I'm not sure who is. But anyway, so basically, there is a way to go about it. Nurses, somebody was saying, right? If you have 10 nurses, 100 nurses, right, coming together, it's probably not going to be so easy to fire 100 nurses at once, right? So we just have to find each other. And that's a daily job, really, right? It's work. So I hope that we're able to do this. But my question to you guys, to Bonnie maybe specifically, have you sort of found a way to, as a next sort of phase of your life, right? Maybe you would like to keep teaching. So because I have a lot of acquaintances who are teachers, and I'm thinking, what is it that we can offer to basically transition them from this public, prison, essentially structure into this beautiful world of matching you with great parents and great kids who want to, right, get the best education possible. So how can we, make that happen?
For me personally, right now, if you're asking me what I'm going to do, I'm in the middle of a lawsuit and a lot of things going on. I'm also, before they fired me, I was going out on disability because of some serious injuries I had. So I have a little bit of a different situation right now. But I'm listening to you about the medical field, and the first thing I thought of is they're going to have homeschool medical care. Just like you homeschooling, taking on in public, you're going to need that for the medical field and be able to see people who are not buying into this. I see teachers, if they want to leave and if they feel the same way I do, I would just enter into the homeschool and start a co-op and be part of that without a problem. Writing ed plans, helping parents with ed plans, I'm sure that's the scariest part. And I'm sure teachers would be willing to do that. Organizing the curriculum, submitting reports to the state, all of that stuff that I think that is scary, I think, for a homeschool parent, and making sure they do that. Because I think today, listening to that, that's been the biggest thing I've heard, is that's the fear of making sure you have all your paperwork in order. Other than that, I think homeschooling is fun. I would tell you that in the remote learning, I became a homeschool remote teacher. I did not do things the same way, or I didn't want to, because we were in a different situation. I would caution you on how many public school teachers are leaving to get a paycheck into the homeschool. Careful with people who are following for money. Because we have been taught and trained in a specific way as a teacher. I mean, I went to school to be a teacher. We have been trained, our mindset, our workshops, everything has ingrained us into this, I call it a web of lies in the school system. But if you, I went to school in the 90s, college. I was trained. I got C's in college because I wouldn't go the holistic teaching method. I didn't believe in it. I didn't believe that the kids could learn that way, and they weren't, and they still are not. So I feel like I left the program a long time ago, but we've been trained. We've been trained by our union too. So unless you pull out of that and you have something else going on, that you know that going to homeschool is much different than public school. I would never go to any of you homeschool parents and teach what I taught in the public school what they're making me do. Okay, it doesn't have to. I used to call my room cell block 128. It's an institution. It's miserable. Learning doesn't have to be like that. And education doesn't. So I guess find some good if you find some good teachers and they're willing to do that, to make that jump. Or they find something else to do. I mean, I watched this teacher online. He went into comedy, and he does online comedy. He's hysterical, and he makes fun of teaching all the time. And he's making a living out of it. So I think being creative in your skill set is good too. Sense of humor of teachers. But I think that just following your skill set, and it doesn't have to be. I don't have to go back into that environment. Maybe if I just like history, I take kids on outings in history. I could see that in the future. Right now, I'm kind of in a little bit of a medical predicament, but that's what they can do. And I'm cautioning you on the public school teachers going to homeschool. Just be careful.
Thank you.
Any remaining questions? I want to thank you all, especially you hardcore folks that stayed to the bitter end here. I really appreciate the folks that came out, my speakers and everyone that helped out, and especially Pastor Casey for giving us this venue to have this important meeting at. That being said, I like to think that this is a start and not so much one event and we're over. Reach out. I mean, if you like, whether it's myself or any of the speakers, if you would like to hold a similar event in your area, please reach out. And I can, refer you to the other speakers that were here today. Myself, if I can clear my schedule on there, anything I can do to help the movement, and ultimately it's going to be years of reformative hard work to change the actual school district. But in an afternoon, you can change a parent's mind, empower them to do the best thing for their kid. And that we do have some control over, and we do have that instant gratification, because as humans like things sometimes when we want them. I would love to pull every kid out of the school district right now and put them safely at home with loving parents if I could. That's going to take time, and a fight I think most of us are willing to help out with. So if we can help out, reach out, and we'll duplicate this everywhere we have to until we get the change that we need, and protect those young cubs. They're everything. They're everything. So thank you all very much. Pastor Casey, thank you for everything you've done and the use of the space. to everyone who's contributed and those that are watching.